wow, why is that there? It's snowing. We'll just do snow. Oh yeah, and also, I forgot. What happens if I minimize that? Oh, it just freezes. I have a new background. I updated. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of that. We don't need snow. And where am I today? We need to do several things. So I did text log last time, and I got it implemented off stream, so it does work now. It was failing because it was working. It just it was displaying wrong, and that was, I think, in curses is not perfect. Because if you try to write, what it's supposed to do in curses is supposed to keep track of what is on the screen at every location. And if you write to the same thing twice before refreshing the screen, it should say the second thing. So you've updated it, like you've put the letter A somewhere on the screen, something has happened, and now you've put the letter B there. When you refresh it, it should show you the letter B. But it wasn't doing that right. So I just added in some extra refreshes, and I actually kind of changed the way the whole program works a little. Actually, I could open that up because it's fairly interesting, and I should have it on one of these videos. So now the main game loop, what it does is I keep track of a variable called update. And if that's equal to 1, then we do all the stuff you do when you need to update the screen. So by default, when the game starts, it's equal to 1. It checks everything, and then it says update equals 0. Actually, you probably don't need that. That's just an extra line for no reason. Because down here, I set it to equal to 1, but we assume every loop something is going to happen. That way we don't have to change it to 1 every time something happens. So when you move the player, you don't have to say update equals 1. You're just assuming that you've moved, that you need to update. However, at the end of this large switch statement, we have the default, which means nothing happened, and so then we can set update equal to 0. So if nothing happens, update equals 0, and then it doesn't do this stuff. The advantage to this, actually, I think I don't do this down in my look cursor. Let me take a look. Yeah, I don't do that. I just update every tick. So let's get all my programs open there. So we're gonna just get this open, and I want to show, if I run it here. Now when it's sitting here loaded, the processor time is going to be very small. So it's 0.08 CPU time, 0.2% CPU. I have, I don't know how many CPUs, I think 8 maybe, and they can go up to 800% here. So this is using 0.2 out of up to 800%. That doesn't change much when you're moving around. Can I get this on the screen at the same time? Is that gonna show? Yeah. So that's the CPU percentage right there. Let me just move this over so you can see. Okay. Percent CPU. So that's actually a great place to put that. And when you move a little bit, you will notice it does change when you have to update. So it doesn't update every tick. So we're just going to update a few times here. It's up to 0.4, 0.7. That's with me moving like at sort of max speed. 0.6. So not a whole lot of CPU usage. However, when I go into look mode, that's where I'm blinking the cursor. So I actually don't do that update thing. However, if I was drawing the map every time, the CPU would be at like 8% or something. But I'm actually not drawing the CPU. I'm not drawing the map every time. So that's what I did differently in look cursor. Before I was drawing the map, I was drawing everything. The only thing you need to draw when you're doing cursor mode, the map is already on screen. The log is already on screen. All this data appears on screen. The only thing you have to draw is this down here, what you look and see. So you see a stone wall, you see an open path, you see an open floor, you see unexplored, etc. That's the only thing you have to update, and also where the cursor is. So that's just me turning cursor on, because by default, I have the cursor turned off. You don't want to see the cursor on top of your character. It looks ridiculous. Like if you walk around and it looked like this, it would just be really obnoxious. I'm also blinking the cursor, so I am specifically turning it off and on. I think on, off every second. So it gets like 4 switches of the cycle there. But anyway, CPU is still low, is 0.4. So just by not drawing the map every tick down there, I've made that more efficient. And I've made this more efficient because right now it's not actually updating. It's not doing anything. It's just polling for input. Polls for input. It sees if it's anything important. And if it's not, it just doesn't do anything. And then it sleeps for a few thousand microseconds. So I have it sleeping for 16,000 microseconds, which is 60. So it's going to do this 60 times per second. I changed it from, it was 120 times per second. I could probably update that, but I don't know. Anyway, the effect of this is I got the log updated, so the log now works. It doesn't do the thing that it was doing last time. There are a few issues with the log that I do need to take care of. Number one, this kind of sucks. You could not move downstairs from here, so it splits up. The message was too long to fit on one line, so it just split it up there. I need to write a function to format that, so it would split up here. It would say, you could not move, and then on the next line, downstairs from here. So that's one thing I need to do. Another thing I need to do is keep track of the history of the log. So actually, I already am keeping track of the history. If we open the log thing, which is, where is that? Is that in display? I think that's in display. It's been a few days since I've done this. So we'll go here to init log. So it's actually keeping track of up to 10,000 messages right now, the way I have it set up. It only displays the newest 30. So that's what this display length is. And then message length is how much can fit. So 28 characters can fit in here. So if you count 3, 8, 11, 15, 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Yeah, so 28 characters will fit there. You don't take my word for it. I'll just count through them. So that's 28 characters. So that's what that variable is right there. But I'm keeping track of 10,000 messages. And I mean, this is like really 10,000 times 28 is 280,000. So that's 280,000 bytes. That's almost nothing in terms of memory. Maybe back in the 80s when we were on DOS, we wouldn't keep track of that many messages. And if it was really a problem, maybe in that case, if we did want to keep track of them, we might keep track of them in a file, write it out to a file. But I think just keeping them in memory is a pretty good way to do it. And maybe even 10,000 is too much, so maybe we just change that to 1,000 at some point. But I do need to do something else, and that is going to be this. Keep track of how many are actually in memory, because now I want to put in a scroll mode where I'm scrolling up. So if I want to see the old messages, I can go into scroll mode, scroll up 10, 20, 30. But I don't want to be able to scroll past, this is like 10,000 messages. These are the last 30. So it just adds them to the end, and it moves everything up every time you add a new message. So you're always at the end of the buffer, and you're just printing out 30. So I'd basically be changing where I'm reading the message buffer to look at old messages. And we don't want to let them scroll all the way up to 10,000. If there's only 20 messages, I don't want them to be able to scroll up and see more. So I need to keep track of how many messages are in there. So I will say end message. I don't think I use end message for anything. Maybe I can do a quick look. No, I don't use that for anything. So we'll initialize that to 0. I'm not going to do this today, but I'm going to put the skeleton of how to do this in there. So then anytime you add a message, you need to increase the number of messages counter. So we'll just do end message plus equals 1, and then if end message is greater than, I think what is it? I was just up there. Log greater than or equal to log len. So we've scrolled messages off, then we just need to, you know what I could do just to not put that if statement in there is to put it here and say if end message is less than log len, increase the counter. Once it hits log length, you don't have to increase the counter anymore. Okay, then we need one more thing, and that's to display draw logs. This is the function that draws out the log. I will need to take in integers here. So I want to do history, or maybe I'll call it adjustment. So it's if I want to see 10 up, I would call this with negative 10. So let's go ahead and put that in the library, the header file. Draw log, int adjustment, and then I think this is only in one place, I think. Oh no, it's in two. So we'll just draw log 0 for now. And it doesn't do anything. It won't change anything yet. But I'll have the skeleton in there to work on that. So I do need to do that at some point. It's kind of a boring thing to do. So keep track of a number of messages. Okay, so I actually have that. So I need to implement scroll history. What else did I say I needed to do? I guess that's it. That. Keep track of the number and then, yeah, scroll history mode, message mode. We'll call it message mode. Another thing I need to do is actually get the main menu. I might do this today. So right now, I can't go back to the main menu. I'm just sitting here. Like, you can't do anything. You can quit, and then you can start over, and then you get the main menu. And I can do new game or load game. But I need to get it so that I can, so I just did load game. Go back to the main menu here. So I'll be able to take this option out, which I hated, you know, the letter P. It's actually ruined me, because now when I'm in like man pages, so like, nothing for set curs. Is it curs set? There we go. Now I'm sitting here in a man page. Like you hit Q to get out of this, but I'll hit P, and P does not do anything. Actually, it does something. If I'm down and I hit P, I figured this out. It pages up. So down to, oh no, it goes to the top. It doesn't page up. So it goes all the way to the top. Boom. So I did learn that at least, but now my muscle memory is all wrong. I don't hit Q anymore, so I need to make it so that the game can have a main menu that you can go to from here. So anyway, that's what maybe I'll do that today. And let's resize this here. Well, that's not resizing. So this is actually the size of this is the size it's supposed to be. I noticed, what's going on here? Right there, it was just, I accidentally scrolled or something. I guess if you change the window side, curses gets a little messed up. Yeah, it does get a little messed up, that's funny. Tries to fix it, but it kind of chopped everything off here. So maybe I need to look into, that's actually a cool little bug that I found just playing around. At some point, check if window was resized and redraw, that kind of thing. It's silly. It doesn't matter because, I mean, like if I walk one step, it'll update everything. So I think that's what I want to do first. I want to get into the menu. So I need to figure out how to do that. The first part would be, let's go into display and give that as an option. So what we're going to do is here, I'm going to say main menu. Maybe that should be the first thing. You know, 6 is fine. And okay, that's easy enough. We got that in there. So now I just need to make it so. I don't think M is used for anything. Let me go to my README file. Just check. Pretty sure it's not. No, no, it looks good. So we're going to take this out and say main menu M. So it's going to be a little interesting because we need to call it from up here in our main game loop. We need to have an option for that. So it's going to be case M. Now, one of the things I could do, a lot of these case, I say, if it's lowercase p or uppercase p, I go into that. I think something I could do like a to lower, so lowercase the input every time, but I feel like that's more CPU cycles. I don't know. Checking one or the other versus converting to one and then checking it for one. It's one of those things, you know, that would be a silly optimization to even worry about. Okay, so then we need to go into menu. So in here I have menu equals main menu, so that's how we call the main menu. Wow, what is that? Why is that showing up? I think new macOS is doing something to me. So do I use menu for anything else? I don't think I do, but I want to just check. I use it for game startup. Menu equals main menu. Game startup menu. And I don't. So I'm going to just put that in. Same thing here. We're going to go to the main menu. That's over in menu. State 0. Okay, so we need to change the state of the thing when we load a game. Because in here we do have save, state save. Oh man, do we not have it? Menu new. Change this. I do have some extra menu states, so let's go load those up. Let's see what they are. State empty, state progress. That's game in progress. So I need to do that. When I load a game, I need to add this to the state. That means I need a function in here, which is change state. So change state and state. So essentially, when you're in a game, you shouldn't be able to load the game again. And that's one of the things when we draw the menu, we can load the game again. So I think at this point, what are my states? Progress. It should just be progress. Change state. I mean, that's kind of a... Well, I mean, that's very simple. Silly. But I need some way to change it. So I don't know. I did this with like ands and ors. So 0 is state empty. And then so I could say plus equals save exists. That's basically overwriting 0. Save exists, state is going to equal state exists. So plus equals that. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be 0 or 1 or something. What is that going to equal? Save exists. How do you do that? That's over in save. Let's go look at that one. Save exists, so state empty, state save. So it's either 0 or 1, and I think I specifically make state equal to 0 in the enum, so that's fine. Oh, get set game state. Okay, so no, I actually have one. I already have a function to do this, so why did I write a new one? That's funny. Pay attention, folks. But get game state, set game state, that is not over here for some reason. Not been prototyped. But one thing I need to do is, I guess, if it's progress, we're going to get rid of the state save. So this is going to get more complicated. So if state is equal to, I need to state underscore progress. Let me write out the word underscore. Int state, set game state. I guess what I could do is just say there's no reason to ever do this and thing, and what we will do instead is that. So just what I had upstairs, what I just deleted, what I wrote and deleted, that's how we'll do it. Okay, so when we load the game, let's go into this. When you go to the main menu and you load the game, you do game startup. And this calls load save. And then here you have to do set game state. We will call it state progress. But now the game knows it's in progress. Game quit. Game quit. How do I do that? If player... Okay, I'm going to have to copy some of this code. In fact, I can just do this. It quits and saves, though. I don't need to quit and save. I'll figure this out in a minute here. Okay, so now we know the game state. So let's just go in here and see what happens. If this looks good. Okay, so load game, and I'm gonna hit M. So now we're in the main menu again. I think we don't do anything with it, so if I hit N, nothing should happen. Yeah. And why options? Did I have options? Back to game. So back to game should be an option. Good, and I kept that emergency quit button in there. So yeah, let's go do that. Draw commands. No, it should be draw menu or something. Yeah. Okay, and then equals 5 equals 6. So let's be 6, 7. Okay, so we need oh yeah. Oh no, you should be able to do a new game. Load game. You should not be able to do load game. If state and save state is equal to state save. Yeah, so it gets rid of it. It does get rid of it. So we don't have the load game option, which is good. Nothing happens right now. Whoops, if you try to do anything here. That's funny, options? Why options? Is options always there? Okay, it is. I've just been putting it in. That's fine. Okay, so I need a back to game option here. That should be here. So just trying to think of the best way. We get rid of load game. There we go. So we can actually do it here. Allow back to game if allow back to game if in progress. So else, we'll do an else here if state and state progress equal to state progress. Do something, we're going to say line equals 6. That'll be 5, 5, and then back to game. All right, so that should be fine. And I just want to get rid of this warning that's bugging me. So I'm going to go in here and do something with that variable. So I'm going to just say if adjust equal to -1, return. This is just for now. I'm in the wrong one. It's just for now. We're going to just have it at the end of the function. It does absolutely nothing. So this is a remove later kind of thing. Silencing a warning. So just silence that warning, that unused parameter. I just set that up so I could do the coding later. I'm not doing it now. Let's go ahead and load, and then we're going to go to the main menu. And there we go, new game, back to game, option, save and quit. So instead of load game, we have the option back to game. You shouldn't be able to reload while you're playing. So that would be save scumming. Like if you die or you're about to die, then I think that would be bad. So okay. So where are we? So we're in here. We've sent it off to the menu. Go onto the menu. Now we actually have to do something. So I guess if menu is equal to menu quit. So what are the options we can come back from here? Menu quit, menu new. And then we need something else like menu back. So that should be here, and we'll just say case B, turn menu back, and then break. And so I need a menu back in here, and that, where did I put that? Menu load, new, back. Fine, these should be in alphabetical order or something. I don't know. L, N, B, O. I guess they were in alphabetical order. So yeah, let's just do it that way. But I just put them in logical order. So return menu back. Okay, so if it's back, we're just gonna do nothing. So that actually should just work automatically. Whoops. In right now. Sorry, somehow. Let me just make sure. So if, oh yeah, I gotta do something here. So, and if it's quit, what you have to do then is quit. I have a game startup thing. So game quit. I can't just do menu. Okay, it's fine. Let's do this. So game quit. And that should quit and save also. So you do game quit. It does quit and save. So it saves it. Then it frees everything. And then it just quits. It exits here. That's where it also kills curses. So it takes down curses. It just handles everything for me. So this should actually work all right. So I want to just make sure. I'm going to walk. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find the upstairs, and I'm going to go to the next room, the next floor. Not down there. I'm bad at my own game. Gonna be a dead end. Just watch. Oh, there we go. So we found the stairs. Let's go up. We're on floor 7. All right, now I'm gonna do main menu. I'm just gonna do back to game and just see. Okay, that's fine. Main menu, and then I'm gonna do new game. That shouldn't do anything yet. It doesn't. Okay, but quit and save should quit. And now when I load it, it should be in the same spot. Load game, and it is in the same spot. So it remembers. So that's working as expected. Okay, that's not the hard part. This is not the hard part. We can save and quit. It's fine. And it says save and quit. And if you do quit, nothing happens. Load, nothing happens. Oops, that's not quitting. Main menu, quit. Great. So it does save and quit. And there's no feedback because it's just instantaneous. So maybe I would set a message, thank you for playing the game out here on the standard screen. I actually realized you can write to standard out. I've been doing a lot of printf statements and stuff, and it'll just put it anywhere in the window. But I realized I could still probably write to standard out. Well, I don't know. It might output to the curses window though. Because print W or print F, I mean, by default it prints to standard out, and that prints to your curses window. All right, I'm just speculating. I need to read more about how curses work because I just don't understand a lot of it still. Okay, but I need a function here that's game new. Okay, game new. It just makes a new game. If I do that, it will be a memory leak. I can even prove this if I just put this in. So let me just put this in and test test proof of concept. Menu new. We do this, and then we do what was it? It's just game underscore new. So if I do this, let's just do this. Load game, and now it will make a new game. Actually, you know, to make this a little quicker, what I can do is change the number of maps. Let's just go 10. Okay, and then if I do load game, now if I do new game, I need this. Okay. So you can see the memory here. It's a little small. Can I make that bigger? View. Font. Give me a font. Zoom. No. Not what I wanted. There's probably a way to do this, I would think. Here. No. Size? No, maybe not. Interesting. You know, you think Apple handles everything. Anyway, 3.4 memory, that's megabytes memory. That's hardly anything. That's what it's taken up right now. So I'll just move this over here. I gotta see OBS. It's blocking OBS now. Okay, there we go. So 3.4 megabytes. Now, if I do main menu, new game, it's gonna generate. And why does it generate 100? All right. Nmaps 10. Oh, I see. Because it actually loaded 100. Yeah. All right. That's okay. You can see as it's generating, it's actually getting bigger here. This should. It shouldn't be memory leaking right now. Maybe just generating the maps, it takes a lot of memory. I haven't looked at the memory usage while it's doing this. Let's see what happens. Is it going to settle down? Interesting. I have a thing here. That's great. That is from the progress bar. That'll disappear as soon as I walk. Oh, maybe not. I thought I took care of that. It's okay. I'll take care of it. Random fears. I thought I fixed it. I don't know what's going on. Let's it's weird though. That's at 250 megabytes. If I quit and load, now it's loaded everything that it just created, it loads. So this is just not garbage collection. It's just not getting done. I don't really understand that, but let's quit. Let's start a new one, and we're going to do new game. And now we're going to get 10 maps. This will be much faster. So I can kind of test this. Okay, so now we're at 30 megabytes. And if I do main menu and I do new game again, we're at 50 megabytes. Look at that room. That is a beautiful starting room. And then if I do that again, it's just increasing. So we're just leaking memory here. I think that's what's happening. So I need some way to clear out the memory. And I guess what I need is, and that's so weird. What is not getting loaded? So when I create a new bunch of maps, it's like at 30 megabytes. And when I load them, it's at 2.5. Is that just bad? Garbage collection on C's part? Like, what is it taking up? Oh, I think I know what's happening. I think I'm already leaking memory somewhere when I'm making new maps. Because this is loaded 10 maps and it's at 2.5. And if I do new maps, I have somehow added 15.5 megabytes to the memory. That's gone up. Interesting. Well, that's cool. I can find the culprit. I'll need to find the culprit. So I need to fix the map generator. Leaking memory somewhere. I bet that's why my Raspberry Pi runs so poorly. Cool. That's fine. I can find that. So let's fix this first. Not fix it. Let's implement this. So in here, I actually need to do, I need game new to have something. So I'll call that 1, and let's find everywhere there's a game new. Here, that's game startup. We want that to be 0. Anywhere else? No. And game, I'll say in progress. Okay, because then we can, and we're still going to get a memory leak, unfortunately, even if I implement this. Okay, the first thing you want to do, if game is in progress, tear down existing game without saving. So if game new, if in progress equal to 1, we're going to call it game teardown. Okay, so then I need, it's essentially going to be game quit. So I'm just going to copy and paste this, but without the saving. Game teardown. So if player is not equal to null, we're going to kill it. We're not going to output it. Then if map wallet is that, we're going to kill each map and then free the maps. And then we're not going to kill cursors, so we're not going to exit. So this is just a temporary little thing. And I can make this a little more compact here by doing that. Anything else I can cut out? Map equals map wallet plus I. Oh man, I forgot I used triple pointers. Where did I use triple pointers? I think I used that over. Yeah, where do I use address map wallet? That's what I need to see. Anything? Nothing in here. It must be in one of these. Can't remember where I did that. So let's I'm just curious. I just got sidetracked. So let's just well, you don't need to do cat, so we can do grep. And we'll call it and. No, star. Repetition, yeah, of course it is. Load save. So in loading saves, you have to do this ridiculous. That's where I did it. Yeah, that's fine. Well, that's actually working well. I mean, I have loaded and saved, and you don't have any problem with memory. And I just saw it was like 2.4 megabytes or whatever. That's fine. So we do game teardown now. So now when we do game teardown, where the hell was that? Now we do game teardown, or we do game new. We're going to do game teardown, and then it's going to make a new game. So that will not memory leak the old game at least. So just do this. Oh yeah, and game teardown needs a prototype. Of course it does. They always do. It never changes. All right, and then there we go. So now I'm just going to do a couple new games here, and we'll be able to watch this. It leaks, let's see, it leaks about, it depends. I've seen 18 to 32 is the range of leaking for making new games, but it won't leak the old game anymore. There's no way of knowing. There's no way of knowing. '64. So I have to actually trace down and find that leak, and I have to go through the memory generator, the map generator. So I need to go through it step by step and just see where it's gone wrong. So let's understand that. That should go away, because after I do new game, wait a minute. I do new game here. So this is the one that gets saved, this one right here. Okay, it's gone. All right, I know what's going on here. Let's go to new game, game new. We should do an, oh, I know, we do an erase up here. Yeah, so that's what the problem is. So that, we're just gonna do that in game new instead. I wanted it to be more central. But, you know, it doesn't, you just gotta put it where it makes most sense, and that's where it's gonna be. So we're gonna load a game, and now when I do a new game, it won't have that little guy over there. It doesn't. So, debugged. Okay, so now I need to go through, I guess, the memory leaks. Where are they? I do a lot of creating and tearing down and all that, so that's really going to be a bit of a problem, but there might be an opportunity to make this more efficient in the process, because I just do a lot of, you know, tearing down and creating. So let's go to the very beginning. We do new game. So what we do is we make maps, and it's part of teardown. Wait, map wallet we make. We do free map wallet. Is map wallet equal to null by default? Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Perfect. No warning, no compiler warnings from that. Okay, so we malloc that. Okay, so we've got the corresponding free for that. When you make a new game, this gets called. Game teardown gets called. It's not equal to null. Right, so I don't have to worry about that. In fact, that's actually really small. The thing about map wallet, it's going to be very small. I don't know. That's most of the memory, though. But I don't think that's that. Okay, so then we do map wallet equals init map space. Okay, so we're going to do init map space. This is the main thing. We're doing this like 100 times. So the number of maps is 100. It's going through this loop 100 times. And each time it's initializing a new map space. This is the likely culprit for the memory leak. Almost, you know, positive it's going to be here. And then we set the current map equal to the first map, and then we set the player equal to the begin and end. Again, coordinates, yeah. Then we erase the screen. So that's going to be the main thing. So init map space is fairly complicated. We have a memory leak in our most complicated source file, unfortunately. That is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. So let's see here. There we go. Okay, just gonna have to go through each one. So we're given a map space. So just make sure that this is functioning how I think it is. It's map wallet plus I. So we're pointing, map wallet's a double pointer, and we're just pointing, we've cleared, let's say 100 of them, and we're just gonna point to each one successively, and that's what we're giving. So we're giving it a single pointer map space. So what we're doing is we're setting that equal to malloc. So we're mallocing it, we're clearing the space. So this is probably what's killing us. And it's actually not that bad, but if I make like, if I do a new game after new game after new game, it's gonna just leak and leak and leak. It's only megabytes, but if I do it enough times, then you're gonna have gigabyte leaks, and that's bad. So we malloc it. Then what else do we malloc? We malloc the floor space and the explored. Okay, fair enough. So this is just setting up. We have these floor space and explored. This is have you seen it, and this is what's there. So wall, floor, path, etc. Door. We set everything equal to a wall, and we set everything equal to unexplored. Okay, so I need malloc. I need this one. This is probably going to be the big one, and then this one. These two. If these are not getting freed, they're just sitting in memory somewhere. So it could be them as well. Okay, then we generate a random number of rooms, and we set the room X and room Y equal to null. So those are pointers. So we're gonna have to do that. That might be a leak. There might be a leak from mallocs that I use on those. We set a random number of rooms, and then we add rooms, and we add rooms, and then we make paths. Make rooms in place. Then we make the rooms, and then we place exits. Okay, so I'll have to go through each of these. I think there's a recursive function call in here somewhere, and that's probably where the map memory leak is going to be. And then check paths. And when we check the area. Okay, so this is one place where we kill the map, the current map. Check paths map is equal to 1. That means the paths did not connect to every room. And if check area map is too small, so if it's under this minimum, so the random number of rooms 7 to 9, that's going to be 56 to 720, 560, 720. So if the area of the map is not that big, then it kills the map and tries again. So basically it needs all the rooms connected, and it needs to be a special amount, a specific amount of space, a minimum amount of space cleared in the map. But if it's not, then it kills the map space and it initializes a new one. So it calls the function that it's currently in, kills the thing that it's already created, and then it calls itself. It calls this function. If it succeeds those checks, then it just returns the map. But it's going to call the function again. It's going to repeat everything here, and then it's going to repeat it until it passes. Then it's going to return recursively until we have this map. But each one is going to kill the corresponding. If this happens, if it's not big enough, if the rooms aren't connected, it kills the map. So I'm positive if I took, let's just verify. Verify. We'll take this out. So we're taking out everything about the minimum paths and all that. So this may help me track down. So we're going to just make a new one. Okay. So it was just immediate. And we're at 2.1 megabytes of memory. I'm going to sit here and wait for that to update. Activity monitor does not update every like millisecond. It's like every 5 seconds or something. It seems to be sitting at 2.1. So now let's do a new one. Okay, we did it again. Instantaneously updated it. It's at 2.3 megabytes. Let's do it again. 2.3. Do it again. So the recursive process is what's killing it. I would like to see another one of these go back down to 2.1. The 10 maps or whatever in memory take up about 2.5 megabytes. So, and they're not actually doing the checks here, so they're a little smaller because not all the rooms are connecting. Like if I walk through here, I might not be able to actually explore this whole dungeon. It would be amazing. Very unlikely if I could, if I can get to the exit. Gotta beat the odds. Anyway, it is still 2.3, so let's do it again. New. And let's just see what that memory, if that memory ticks down. So it ticked up. Like I said, random number of rooms. So that could be, for every room, I am actually malloking some extra, like I'm keeping track of where the rooms are. So I have to malloc variables. So if there's more rooms, you're going to have more memory. So 2.4, let's see if we can go back down. I'd love it to go back down. 2.4 still. So maybe there's a memory leak outside of that recursion. The recursion is definitely causing a big memory leak, but that memory leak might actually be from something else. So let me just do this like, I don't know, 30 times. Okay, it did go up. So it's very possible. So if you're generating 10 maps with my algorithm, right now it's just generating 10. It just generates 10 and then returns them. But if I actually have the checks and balances on, for every map you generate, it's generating approximately 10 maps. So if I'm generating 10 maps, I'm actually doing it 100 times. So let's just see. I just generate a million maps here. It could also be the player. So the player might be, I doubt, no, the player, if it's during map generation, it's not the player. Legon Leapy. That's a good name. It's not, it doesn't seem to be going over 2.6. This is a really great, this would be a really, I don't know if it works. This would be a great opportunity for Valgrind. Because Valgrind, what it actually does is what you can do with it is you can see where memory is leaking. And I'm not super experienced with it, but it is pretty handy. Because you don't have to do this kind of crap that I'm doing here, but it is not going above 2.6. It's not going back down either. All right, so this is not helping. I need to just, well, let's see. How much memory is it taking when I just load the game? 2.3. So, maybe if 0.3 megabytes are leaking, maybe it's not the end of the world. But I do need to find the leak. So I think largely it's because of this. So let's look at kill map space first. Kill map space. So map space, what does it do? Freeze the floor space. So the floor space, we freed that. And it freeze explored. We got that. And then if room X is not equal to null, it frees those. Okay, that's good. And then it frees itself. So it is freeing everything it needs to free. Or is it? Let's look in the header file, because that'll be helpful. So it's freeing this, it's freeing this, it's freeing that, it's freeing that. So it is freeing everything. And they're all single pointers, so you don't need to free, you know, a free explored and floor space. You don't need to free like crazy. Explored and floor space. It's just freeing them up, and then it frees the map itself. So that should be okay. And then map and map space. Okay, so that's, in theory, everything in here is okay. Because we freed everything that we've allocated up here. We freed it down here. So the only thing I can think is somewhere in one of these functions, we are doing something. Okay. And if it's not equal to null, free it. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go to these functions one by one. In rooms, don't have to worry about that. That's just random number. Add rooms. So we're adding rooms. This should not do anything malloc-y, but it does. Okay, of course it does, because we're adding the number of rooms. We've told it how many rooms to put in, and it's mallocing them. Make sure rooms are far enough apart. Check dist p map r1 x r1y. Okay, so that might be an issue, calling dist p here. So what I think I want to do is I want to make this a static int. And I think dist p is going to be returning an integer. It should. So we're going to take the, so here's what I think is going wrong. Well, I haven't actually verified this yet, but I can kind of already see what's going on. So check dist p is making sure the rooms are far enough apart. And if they're not, it's regenerating the map. It's doing everything all over again. So what I need to do is remove the autonomy from this function and put it back into the init function. So I think this is going to be, this is it. So check dist p, it calculates the space here, and then it does some logic. And so what I need to do is we just need to return dist. So what I do need to do then is I need to add this logic in there, but I actually don't. So this is probably where the memory leak was, because what it does is it goes through, it frees this, frees all the, makes it all map. It does a bunch of weird shit. So I'm just gonna get rid of this. We're just gonna return the distance, and then we're gonna return the distance here. So this should now be an int. Minimum distance. We're going to move this to the top. And I need to make these integers. So check dist p is now an int. Add rooms is now an int. And some of these other numbers, no, that's fine. In here now, what I can do is I need a distance. So I'll call it map dist. And when I add the rooms, map dist is equal to that. So map dist, that should actually be map underscore dist. Okay, so now in here I can say, or map dist is less than min dist. That is a tried and true number that I verified by testing, generating 1,000 maps and looking at them. But I've now removed the autonomy over there from dist p. It doesn't do it anymore. Why should it have done it? It shouldn't have. It should just generate it. So I also do it all before. I just go through and generate everything. So I should maybe do that check here. Maybe I will. If map dist is less than min dist, then we're going to kill the map And then we're gonna reinitialize it. I don't know, it just feels wrong. But it also feels wrong if we get the trigger here that it's too big, or it's not big enough, then we shouldn't make paths and make rooms and place exits, because all that takes energy. So yeah, I'll do it there. We're just gonna loop. Gonna kill it, and then it's gonna loop until it hits. So I think that'll be all right. Okay, so there's one thing down. And kill map space if room X is equal to 0. So that's getting rid of everything. All right. So now we're up to here. Add rooms is good. Let's go to make paths and see what it's doing. Make paths. Shouldn't be anything Maliki here. There's not. Make path. There shouldn't be anything Maliki there. There's not. Nothing Maliki. So let's go back up here. Init map space. Make paths. Okay, make rooms. There shouldn't be anything Maliki there. Nope. And then place room. It calls place room. There shouldn't be anything Maliking. There's no Maliking going on. So let's go back to the top. Make rooms, place exit. So let's look at place exits. And that shouldn't have anything Malik in there. So I think just having that thing in check dist p, I think that was the problem here. But now we have two places in this function where it can recursively call itself. And it's just going to do it again and again. But I think that it's better to do it all from here. Floor number, that's all passed. Yeah. Okay, so if that's okay, I don't know, maybe I should just put that check down here. Yes, it's wasted cycles. Let's just see how it plays. Unused parameter in check dist p. Great, so that's wonderful. So we're making check dist p simpler. Now check dist p only has a single function. So it doesn't do, you don't have to make new rooms in here. It never should have been that way. Okay, so we're just passing it the map, right? Yes. So we've reduced the complexity of check dist p. All right. So let's look over here. So we're at 1.6. Let's make new maps. Okay, now it's just looping eternally. And it's just growing and growing and growing. So I think that's probably a problem. What did I change that would make this happen? Should have an emergency exit for when I get caught here. I can force quit, but now I kind of screwed. Curses a little there. Okay, that popped me back out. I don't think it's gonna. Yeah, it's still fucked up. It adds these spaces, so it messes up the interface a little bit with my Yeah, it adds a bunch of spaces, and then it doesn't end. I don't know. In curses, when it crashes, it's no good. So I do need. Actually, I'm going to do that. I don't know. I don't really need to. I guess I could control Z out of it. What does that look like? No, that won't actually work. You can't control Z. I'm in raw mode. All right, fair enough. I'll just we'll figure that out later. Let's focus on this. So why now is it's getting stuck? So this is all I change. If map dist is less than min dist, then we kill it. Okay. If I take that out, will that solve my problems? No. Wait, yes. But it is growing exponentially here. So that is not solving my problems. I think it's gotta be with this recursive function. I'm missing something. Ren Cray Cray Stew. Good name. So I'm missing something fundamental here. All right, so if it's getting stuck here, map dist equals that. If its map dist is less than min dist, I can't imagine why you would get stuck there. I really can't. Kill space, kill map space, kill the map space. Everything you've mallocked to this point is going to be killed, and then you initialize a new one. Sure, what I probably need to do here, I need to probably do this differently. Map dist is less than map dist, min dist. Map dist equals add rooms. Okay, so let's just make sure that that's working. Add rooms, we go through, and then we check dist p, return check dist p, okay? And then what does that do? Does that dist p, it's called dist. I could call this map dist. Not gonna make any difference. Return map dist. Map dist divided by count. Return map dist. So that's going to return that. It's going to go to add rooms. That's going to return that back to here. Now it's going to say if, guess what? If we're less than our minimum distance, we fucked up. Let's do it all over again. Kill the map space and then initialize the map space again. And if it succeeds, then we're going to make paths, makes, room, place, exits, and then we're going to do this stuff. So really, let's just take that out and just see if we generate dist line 91. Okay, it does check it. So it's not the check, it's not check. Why are there two over here? Okay, I got rid of the other one. It's because activity monitor is just slow. I would love an updated activity monitor. It's a little faster. Let's see, 2 megabytes. 2.2. Let's do a bunch of these. Probably just gonna go up. It is. It's just going up and up and up. So, all right, why was that crashing it then before we put this back in? Check paths is equal to 1. Let's go down to check paths, like sure that's running right. Check paths. Oh, there it is. If x room is equal to number, if x is equal to map number of rooms, return 0, otherwise return 1. So yeah, that's just making just how many maps are connected. So yeah, that's working as intended. Very unusual. Sitting here, have not made massive changes to how this functions. I've just changed where stuff is. So let me just make sure real quick. It gives me my cursor back when I do that, at least. Let me just go real quick and look at my code, my old code. We're just going to put this up here. I need to go into check dist p. So what did I remove? Because there was a lot of stuff in there. I removed quite a bit. Check dist p. So I essentially return this instead of doing that, and it's if dist is less than min dist. Free. For I. So what is it doing? So first of all, it's changing them into floor walls. I don't think add room changes them into anything. Yeah, it doesn't, so I can take that out. Well, I would take that out. It's already all taken out. So let's see. Then we free the map. We free the map. So what we're freeing is where the room is. Room X, room Y. We're going through, we're erasing their existence, we're getting rid of them, and then we're calling add rooms again. So we're just going to add rooms. And it's going to just bounce between these two functions until it's good. Oh, okay. I see. So I see what the problem is here. Well, I see partially what the problem is. The way that actually works is we're not... what else do we do here? We set up the map, set up the floor space and explored. We set it all equal to walls, and then we add the rooms. So essentially, what we have to do... Let's do this. Do in rooms map dist equals add rooms. We're going to add the rooms, and then if it's not equal, what we're going to do instead is we're going to write a function called clear rooms. Okay, and this this is not right. I want to make sure that I'm doing this right. We want to do while map dist is less than min dist, we're going to loop, we're going to do it again. But the problem is if you get through here, I guess what I can do is clear rooms like that. This is what we'll do. All right, so you're going to do this everlastingly. You're going to loop. You're going to clear the rooms, and we have to send the number of rooms. Then you're going to set map dist equal to add rooms, and it's going to try to add the rooms. Okay, and if the map distance is below the minimum distance, then it's going to repeat. So clear rooms is going to have to be an interesting function here. So after add rooms, I'm going to just do static void clear rooms, and it's going to take a struct map space map and an int in rooms. And then what it's going to do is int I, and we have to actually clear them. So for, oh, you know what? We don't have to do that. So if map We don't need that either. I gotta fix that while I'm thinking about it. Clear rooms, where are you? Clear rooms, we don't need in rooms. Okay, so clear rooms map. What we'll do is, we don't necessarily need to clear the rooms. We only need to clear the rooms if they're not equal to null. You know what you can actually do? Yeah. You never come here. So if it's not equal to null, we're going to free them. And you know, just for safety, let's make them equal to null again. You should never have to. You're never going to come here if they're not. Just that first time. Okay, so you're just clearing them. You're freeing them right there. Okay, so let's just make sure that this jives. When we come in here, they are null. We generate a random number, and then we say clear the rooms. That's going to go and do nothing the first time. Then it's going to say map distance equals add rooms. It's going to try to add a bunch of rooms. And then that's going to return the distance between them. And if that is below the minimum distance, we're going to repeat the whole process. We're going to clear out the rooms. Now, the first time it loops, it will clear them out, and then it'll do it again. So I just want to make sure add rooms is working how I think, and check dist p also. So let's see, for I less than map number of rooms. Okay, that should be fine. Compare map I to map j. Yeah, that should be okay. That'll at least make it so that we're not initializing this a million times. So maybe just getting this not working recursively is the way to go. That's actually pretty good. I think that's good. So actually what I need to do is make this a function. Okay. If we make this not work recursively, it'll be much better. We're not just constantly malloking a bunch of stuff. So the rooms are minimum distance apart. We're good. We made it out of there. And now, so here's what we're going to do. Add room locations and make sure they're far enough apart. And now, add paths and rooms and make sure they're all connected. The same sort of thing. We're going to do this first. The first thing is we're going to wallify the map. I know it's stupid. So let's write a function to do that. It's just going to be this. And it's going to be wallify map. And then it's going to be W and H. We need W and H. They came in here. So wallify map W and H. Wallify map. So what this is doing now, int W, int H, is now it's going to just write walls to everything. So we're just going to say, we need an integer here. For I equals 0 until it's width times height, we're just changing everything to the wall. And then just for fun, I put in this. We're making explored equal to 0. So it hasn't been explored yet. Now, if I'm repeating this function, I don't actually have to do that again, but I removed it from the loop up here. So it made this function a little simpler. So now we just wallify the map here. So I need that in here. And I think it was here. and width and height. And I'm not sure if I made that static or not. So why don't we go look? It is static. Okay, good. All right, so that's the first thing we do. So we're just going to wallify the map. Then we're going to make the paths. Make paths map. And that should not do anything malloc-y. That's just calling. So it's checking a room to another room, and it's saying if you get a random number above a certain number, then make a path between them. And so it's going to try to make paths between them. And it just tries to make paths, and all that does is it just writes out a floor path or not until it reaches either the x value or the y value of the room it's trying to go to. So that's good. So if that fails, then if this whole thing fails, wallifying the map will just undo that. Okay, so then make rooms. Add rooms. I should change this to place rooms. 8, 4, 12, 5. So that's some random numbers. And then place exits, map, R1X, R1Y. All right, so let's go here first to place rooms. We're going to change that for make rooms. To place rooms. And then why do I have something called place room? It's like make paths, make path, place rooms, place room. And so I'm actually going to move that up here so that these are next to each other. Make path. These are helper functions. I should put the helper functions next to them. So let's go ahead and do that. Make path, make paths. Okay. Make rooms should be place rooms. And place room. Good. So how does this work? This comes here and it says these are your minimum dimensions for a room. Generate those minimum dimensions, and then place them. So then place them with this, and all that does is it just changes the floor open. So we're not mallocing anything. We're not allocating memory. We're just doing basic bullshit. And wallifying will undo that. So that's good. Okay, and that should be it. And then place exits. So let's just see what place exits is like. Place exits. Place exits, dist apart. So this does not do any mallocing. So anything that this does, this will need to be undone. Or will it? No, wallifying will undo this. So I'm just thinking, I had an issue where I added multiple exits and entrances by accident from recursion. It just kept adding floor, begin, and end in different places. They're going to be wallified, so we don't have to worry about that. So that'll actually be fine. Let's go back here. Yeah. So now what we do that while check paths map is equal to 1 or check area less than 10 rooms times 80. So all the things that we're doing here. And now we're just taking out the recursion. So this is not calling this function again, which is good. A recursion function with a bunch of mallocs in it, that is scary shit. You don't want to do that. Okay, so one other issue here. We've determined we're gonna run, every time you generate it, you generate the number of rooms. So I'm just gonna change the way this works a little bit. What we're gonna do is map n rooms equals this. And then I'm gonna malloc it here. Now, if I were smart, what I would do instead of mallocing this, is I would just have an array. I would just have an array. Do I have to do that? Yes, I do have to do that. I would just, if I were smart, I would just have an array in here that's like 7 to 9 rooms, so it'll never be bigger than 9. So maybe put in an array of like 20. And then, you know, it's just every map will have the ability to have 20 rooms. But I'm not that smart, so we're just going to do it this way. And then add rooms, we need to take out this. All right. So I don't, what do I not? I don't need in rooms anymore. And we're not malloking anything. So now that should be okay. Add rooms, we can get rid of that. And I do pass this R1X, R1Y. That's like, what is that? What does the R stand for? It's, I know it's previous. I forget what, oh, room 1. So if room 1, if you're on floor 2, room 1 has to be in a specific location. So that will not change. Okay, so that should now be fine, and we don't have any memory leaks. So we're just mallocing this stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mallocs. Do a bunch of stuff that doesn't malloc anything. And when you free, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have 5 frees. Okay, so that should be good. So let's just compile and see what the error is. I'm going to make a new one here. Make sure this is a little more readable. So now, undeclared function, clear rooms. Clear rooms map. There we go. I forgot to prototype that. And that is under add rooms. I do like to, you know, maybe just to make my life easier here. I know this is stupid, but I want to split this function. So we're adding the rooms first, and then we're not going to return anything here. But what I want to do is I want to check dist p in the loop up here. So we're going to add the rooms first, and then we're going to do check dist p. So we're just like taking all that autonomy again away from add rooms and moving it back into the init function. The init function is where all the executive decisions should be made. Okay, too many arguments to function call. Map dist equals. That no longer needs to be that. Static declaration of clear rooms. I think we took care of that. Call to undeclared function check dist. And then we have some unused variables starting on line 27. So there's I. I'm not using I. That's great. I don't need. So we're doing these do loops, do while loops. I've taken out any kind of I bullshit that I had, any kind of for loop stuff that I had. And then variable in rooms is uninitialized when used here. Variable in, so on line 52. Less than in rooms times 80. I see. So we don't even need this variable because we stuck it in here. You see, every time we generate a map, we're just going to do 7 to 9 rooms. And no matter what, I'm going to just keep trying until, so if I decided on 7, I'm just going to keep trying until I have 7 that work. So before, the way I did it, it would generate a new random number every time. And maybe you can't generate 7 maps. Maybe 7 maps doesn't work. I don't really know. I guess we'll see. Well, it compiles, so let's make a new one. See how much memory, 1.9 megabytes. And we got a seg fault, great. Well, I'm a fan of that. Get the cursor back. So something was seg faulting, I just need to see where that was. So to do that, I'm gonna just I need to take out one of these lines in here and then I can debug. So we don't check window. Okay, here we go. So in add rooms, trying to add something here. Equals X equals Y. All right, so it's trying to write into memory that it doesn't have access to there. So I'm not sure why. But let's go ahead and look. So map room X plus Y, okay. So now in rooms is equal to that, and we're gonna clear it up. We're gonna say map room X malloc, and that's add rooms, right? See if there's no surprises here. Add rooms, init map space to add rooms, and I think add rooms only gets called here several times. What does clear rooms do? Does clear rooms free that stuff? It does. So that I actually need to take out completely. I don't even need that function because I changed the way that I do it. I made it a little better. We don't need to clear the rooms. We've already malloced them. We're just going to overwrite them. All right, so now I think let's close this, open a new one because ncurse is crashed again. I need to change my default and window size and everything. All right, now let's do new. Okay, got to look over here. 1.9 megabytes. And it is sitting here trying to do this. So what is it trying to do? Like, it's stuck in a loop right now, and it's increasing the amount of memory used for some reason. And it shouldn't be. So that's just going up, and it shouldn't be. So what is it stuck in right now that it's increasing the amount of memory that it's using? So what if I increase this to say 400? Okay, so it's not the map distance. It's still stuck. It's not the map distance. But it is not going up. Okay. So I think I found one memory leak. So that we're just going to put it back to 40. Oh, maybe minimum distance needs to be different depending on number of rooms you have. So let me just change that to 30. Well, actually, minimum distance, by making it huge, I made it so that it never actually got out of this function. So I think I actually fixed this. Add rooms, yeah, add rooms is not malloc. Okay. So the memory leak is down here. So wallify map, make paths, place rooms, place exits. This is the problem. But none of those functions have any memory writing. It shouldn't be taking up more memory. So why don't I just I do this, then we'll see it will automatically. And I change this back to 40. Yeah. Do I need to save anything else here? Do I have anything open that's not saved? I don't. Okay, so it is that loop. That loop is what's killing me. I'm not sure why. Oops. Why is that loop killing me? Killing me, loop. So I'm gonna go through these each one by one. Get stuck here. So I guess what I could see is this, just out of curiosity. This is gonna flood the screen. Okay, though. Really flooding it. It's just getting 1 again and again, and it's getting 500 and 400. So I think that second number is okay. Oh, interesting. So I think this number is okay. So what's 7 times 80? It's 560, right? Yeah. So that's fine. That's okay. Although it was like a bunch of 400s, wasn't it? Here's what I'm gonna do. Where's sleep? Actually, let's put in sleep. It's in uni standard. Why am I always so confused by some of these things? Like where sleep is and all that. So sleep, we're gonna sleep for, that is 1 millisecond. And that's 1 second, so we'll just do this. 0.1 second. Okay, so there we did get a 0. Oh, and it generated a map. It is increasing the amount of memory. So that area is suspiciously low. And I'm a little confused. Oh, 1, okay, I see. Maybe that's the problem. The area is too low. But even if the area is low, it should not be increasing the amount of memory that it's using. This is not going fast, but this should only take up. If I do, if I load, it should only take up, 2 megabytes. So something about this loop is no good. I guess what I could do then is make this all one loop. Add the rooms, do everything. So what I can say is maybe the rooms just aren't far enough away. So do this. Wallify the map at the beginning. Then add the rooms. That'll place them. Check the map distance. Make the paths, place the rooms, place the exits, do all this work. And what I could actually do instead of map, I could just do this. So take that out of there. Take that out completely. So one of the other things is maybe changing the number of rooms. Put that in the loop. It's getting really complicated though. So just out of curiosity, we'll see if there's a problem here. Okay, so we're wallifying the map at the very beginning. Then we're trying to add rooms. And then we're going to make paths. And then we're going to try to place rooms. And then we're going to place exits. And then we're going to see if it meets our minimum quality standards. And I do have to get rid of this map distance thing, which is good. One less variable. And unused variable map dist. Put that there. Oh man, all right. All right, I want to just make this a little more readable for my sake. So let's force quit that and then make this sleep a little longer. So let's actually do half a second and then I don't know why it's doing that. Why is it writing diagonally? It should just write it. It's probably the progress. No, the progress bar is not doing anything. All right. So we're stuck on 7 rooms. And it needs to be, the area needs to be 560. And it's definitely not. But this variable, so 7 rooms, this needs to be at least 40. Okay, so maybe the minimum distance when you make a map that has 7 rooms is that's a problem. Maybe I never had any rooms that were, maybe I never had any maps that were 7 rooms. Like, is this where it gets stuck? It gets stuck in a 7 every time? Minimum distance. Well, there's one, it's above 40. I think I shot it below 30 at some point. I mean, maybe I just take that out. I don't know. I don't like the rooms being super clumped up. But the check paths is not, that's failing a lot. There it succeeded, but the distance did not. But it wouldn't have at 30 either. It shouldn't be that rare for the distance. No, that's good. That one was almost good. I think the problem is my minimum values. So it's, what is it averaging here for that? It's like 350 to 450. So if we say 400, what's 400 divided by 7? It's about 60. So maybe if I change that to 60, that'll free that up a bit. So if it's 420, all right, let me take that out also. I think it's still having to generate a lot. Generating a lot, and I don't remember it being like that. When I did tests, it wasn't this bad. So that should be okay. that should be all right. So if I take out this reporting and sleeping thing, it should speed up, and it might actually do it this time. Yeah, so it actually did generate the floors. And it is at 2.6 megabytes of memory. So let's just go to the main menu, do another one. All right, we're still having memory leaks though. So I'm making new maps every time. I do think it's faster. So if I go in here just out of curiosity and I change this to 100, I think it'll actually be a lot quicker than it was. Oh yeah, that's a whole lot quicker. I think it was getting stuck on those 7s a lot. But let's see, 8.3 megabytes. And if we load that, what should it be? 3.4. So I've leaked 5 megabytes somewhere during the map generation process. It's still leaking memory. And this is where it's leaking memory. It's leaking memory in this function. All right, and this function is only getting called here. Okay, and then this tears it down. Game teardown. So this should handle everything. We're not worried about player space. I don't think. Where is player space coming into effect here? It's probably in game startup. Game new. Init player space, yeah. And that gets torn down. Game teardown. Kill player space. Maybe again, for safety, there's no reason I should ever have to do this, but just for safety. And this won't fix anything. Okay, so it's not the player we have to worry about. It is definitely the map space. It's something in there. So that gets called here in game new. And if the game is in progress, tear down the existing game without saving. So this should be getting called because when I do a new game, it equals 1. It should be going from the menu, game new 1. Yeah, so it should be tearing down. In progress is equal to 1, game teardown. So game teardown looks good. It's killing each map one by one. So it's killing map space. So it shouldn't be this. This shouldn't be where the issue is. Also, when I've seen it, it's sitting there looping eternally, trying to figure out where the memory, it's trying to make the maps, and it's failing because of the standards that I set were too strict. So let's see. 30, what is 30 divided by 7? 4.2. Okay, what is 40 divided by 9? 4.4. So I think what I can do here then is that, and then make that 4.2. Okay, let's just, what is 7 times 4.2? 29, and 8 times 4.2, 33, and 9 times 4.2, 37. So that should just, it's still making 100 maps like that freaking fast, but unfortunately, it's still going to leak memory. So let's just do this. Yeah. Took 8 megabytes the first time. And if I run it, see how much memory it takes. 3.4. So let's just quit. Let's do a new one and see how much memory this takes up. 8.2. Okay, now if I quit and I run again, it takes 3.6. So that's 4.6 megabytes of memory that are leaking somehow. I can't figure it out. So let me just go back to here and just make sure that this makes sense. When we are making a new game, we tear it down first. Then, and game teardown includes freeing the map wallet. Then we malloc the map wallet. Then for each one, we knit the map space. We don't malloc it here. Okay. And here we do tear down all of them. Map wallet plus I. Okay. Yes, that should be fine. That should work. Kill map space. Kill map space is freeing it. That's essentially the way to free it. And then this will free the map wallet at the end. So that's not where it's actually leaking though. It's leaking in here. So it's leaking in these commands. Because if I just do this, it'll only leak once. Yeah, it'll still leak though. So when I do a new map, it leaks every time. So there's something in here leaking and I can't figure it out. So the very first thing we do is we malloc it. So that should be compatible with this over here. When you do a new game, map wallet, malloc, and then that's you're mallocing it right off the bat. It's equal to null at the very beginning. Good. Very first thing we do is we make the space for that equals that times n maps. And then that gets freed if you tear down. Kill each one by one. That's good. And then for I equals 0 to the number of maps, you're going to generate maps. And you're going to knit the map space for each one. So for every map, you're knitting the map space. Okay, which is fine. So then we're going to come in here. We knit the map space, we malloc it. And then we set the floor and width and height. None of that matters. Those aren't pointers. And then we malloc the floor space. We malloc explored. And we wallify everything. You know, I don't think you need to do that there. Honestly, let's not bother. I don't think you have to do that there because it's the first thing you do down here. We set the number of rooms equal to a random number. And then we set the room X and room Y size of what they point to times the number of rooms. Then we wallify, we add rooms, we make paths. So let's go through each of these one more time. And then at the end, we return the map. We're giving the pointer back to the map wallet. So let's go to wallify first. Wallify, it just goes through and it says set everything equal to floor wall. So there's no memory creation here. And then we do add rooms and make paths. So add rooms first. The wallify should actually come before rooms here. Change the order of these. Try to be as good about that as possible. Check dist p come after add rooms, and dist p should come after that. So I have these all in the wrong order. Here we go. This going to come after add rooms. Okay. Go back to the top here. Okay, see where I was. So Wallify is good. It's not leaking. The memory's not leaking there. And then we're going to do add rooms. Map R1X, R1Y. So what do we do in add rooms? There's nothing malloc-ing happening here. We're just setting the location of the room. If you have the first room, you have the thing. So if these come in at -1, it's your first map. Otherwise, they're setting it equal to that. So I start. So if it's your first room, start on 0. Otherwise, start on 1. I equals start. I equals. This is we're just overwriting it then. So what it points to, set it equal to that. So that should be all right. I don't see an issue with that. Add rooms, make paths. Okay, so let's go to make paths. We're starting at 0 and we're going to the second to last room. Then we're starting at 1 and we're going to the last room. Then we're generating a random number. If that number is above a certain threshold, then we're going to make a path between those two rooms. Okay, so this is a 45% chance to make a path between two rooms. Okay, then let's say we're making a path. X and Y, that's your current X and Y, you're starting on room 1. Then we generate random numbers and we work towards room 2. So I don't need to look at this because all this is saying is change the X and Y value if it's moving in the right direction. And I have a twice as big chance to move left and right as I do up and down. And if it's a wall, set it equal to a path. That way, if it's a room, you're not setting it equal to a room. Although at this stage, there shouldn't be any rooms. There might be paths, but you can overwrite paths. So we'll just do that. It's a little nicer. And if it has reached a certain coordinates, then you break and you go out. So that should be okay. All right, I think that's looking okay. Place rooms is next. Place rooms. Place rooms. So for each one, generate a random width and height, then place the room. All right, let's look at place room. Place the room, so coordinate is center. And if it'll be off the map, we're going to move it a little. There's nothing there to leak memory. Where's the memory leak? Where be the memory leak? I guess I need to figure out if I can run valgrind. And that'll be how I find it. It is not that dire, honestly. It is not that dire of a memory leak, and it might just be the operating system. There's no garbage collection in C, but I mean, essentially the operating system is saying, hey, I've noticed you need 100 megabytes this time, so I'm not going to free that memory up. I don't know, though. Let's just see if it's dangerous. If it's dangerous, and we'll call it from there. It should not be increasing though, because I'm not actually increasing the memory in that loop. That's where it's doing it. Okay, I guess the only other thing before I do that, to check the dangerous thing. Let's just go back one more time. And we want to look at these check functions. The check area. These should all be last. Check area is last. Let's look at the order they're in up here. Check dist P, check paths, and check area. So check dist P. And check dist should come first. Then check paths should come next. Okay, here we go. I found it. I found the leak. I didn't even check these functions. Wow. I found it. That's unbelievable. That should go here. Let me reorder the prototypes and then I'll come and fix it. I found it. I can't believe I found it. That's so satisfying. All right. Yay. Check area, check dist P, and check paths. I think that right order. Check dist P comes first, then check paths, then check area. Check area comes last. Place exits should come before that. Do I have these in the right order? Place exits. XY2 flat. XY2 flat should be at the top, I think. Let's just put this here. Because I do use that one a lot, and that one's like an external thing. So that should be here. Then struct, kill, yeah. So everything else, just make sure they're in the right order, and then I'll go and fix that problem. So qualify, add rooms, make paths, make path. Make paths. Have make paths. What happened to that? Oh. All right, let's look at this again. Qualify, add room, make paths. Make path, place rooms, place room. Okay, what is this fill point thing? That is a helper function for make path. That's in the right place. Place room, place rooms, room, place exits, check dist P, check paths. All right, there we go. So now check paths. This is where the problem is. Just check the other ones real quick and make sure they're okay. So malloc. So, wow, that is a really dumb place to leak memory. Do I have any returns in here? I don't, so I could just free connect it at the end. So every time I check the paths are connected, I have to make a new variable, allocate the memory for it, and then do my magic. I was not freeing that. That is so stupid. That is, great. It's okay. Let's change this to 1,000 maps. And let's go ahead and do new. This should be maybe, I can't speculate how much memory it's going to take, but it is taking an awful lot of less memory now. So it's at 14.4. I'm going to do a new one. May go up or down, but it shouldn't like double or triple. 14.9, okay. Let's quit and load. 14.4, all right. Let's do a new one. $16.6. Do a new one. 17. Okay, let's quit. $14.4 seems to be the magic number here. 14.4. So there's still some memory leaking somewhere. But it's not in the map. Well, it is in the map generation though. It might be a player thing. So maybe I could just check the old player here. And check the player, library player. So we have Viz. Viz is the only thing for the player. So in my kill player space function, free player Viz and free player. So we should be calling it and we do tear down. If player is not equal to null, kill player space player. So that shouldn't do anything. I think that's all right. I'm not sure where the leak is then. Can I go back to map? Maybe it's in map. Check area. Alec. Start room 1, and then we paint bucket fill out. That's how I see that the whole map is connected or not. I do a paint bucket fill. Essentially, I start, and then I go through every point, and if anything connected to that point, if it's a 1, if anything connected to it is a 0, and it's not a wall, make it a 1, and then just fill until all the non-walls you can are filled. And then check each room and say how many rooms are connected. And then you return, compare that value. So I shouldn't be using X there. This needs to be fixed. This is ugly. But changes plus equal fill map. Anything else pointer here? Just that. I took care of that, so that's actually good. And that is just so much faster now. I think there's still some memory leaking, and I think I do need to find Valgrind on this, but I just made the game generator, map generator, like way faster today, so working on this. It's pretty nice. Like that is just instantaneous generation of new maps. 3.4, let's do another one. That's so funny too. That was my memory leak. 3.6. If I just keep doing it. I mean, if it's more or less memory, you know, it could be because you have more rooms in your maps. It's a few more bytes per room. It does look like it's increasing, though. Like it doesn't come back down. So there is still something leaking somewhere. And it might not be in the map generator. Honestly, it might be something else. So that was part of implementing a main menu here that you can go back to. Now, I also don't know if these maps being generated are any good. I need to check that. All right, 4.3. Like we're at a stable 4.3, and that could just be the operating system also. Saying the most you used was 4.3. So I'm going to keep this program accessing 4.3, but I don't know. It doesn't seem too egregious for if there is a memory leak. It was taking up 4.3 and it wasn't increasing, and now it's 3.4. So let's just do a new one. Okay, 4.0. So what happens if I quit and run it and then load it? what is that going to be? 3.3. So it is taking up more memory than it should. Wow, look at these rooms. This is ridiculous. This is 4 rooms in this starting location, all next to each other. Just explore this. I did change the map generation settings. That might have made this worse. It's so funny. I'm just gonna do main menu. That should take me 5 minutes, and then oh, there's a massive memory leak. I gotta work on that. Number 1, 1, 2. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there should be at least one more room, unless it's been enveloped here. Which it may have been. No, multiple paths. That means there's multiple rooms over here. So there we go. That's 7 rooms. It's actually a pretty good map, I'd say. 8. I think there's got to be one down here also. Unless that path was trying to make it to there. Which it may have been. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, dead end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is 9 rooms, yeah. I should have known. And it's a pretty good looking map. Let's go to the next room. Just make sure that my generation... you know what I can do? First of all, I do need to quit that. I need to fix that. And then I need to do check window, put that back in. But let's do this, where we make everything visible right from the start. So it's a little faster. Oh yeah, got rid of it. Didn't I? New. All right, you should see the whole map now, including the walls. That actually gives you an interesting perspective on what these maps actually look like. Because it hides it. A lot of the extra maps, you don't see the extra walls. And so when I turn that on, it's actually pretty wild. Like, it looks so much worse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rooms. Yeah, I'll have to find that last memory leak. It's probably in something else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I actually like stuff like this path. It was from this room to this room, but it reached the Y value of the center of this room, and that's why I gave up. That's how it works. It does that on purpose, and that way I end up with more dead ends. But if I don't, this will go like out there. And then it just won't look good. It'll just be a big straight wall. And so, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one looks great. This is a really great map. All right, I'm pleased with that. So I think I pretty much fixed the most egregious of the memory leaks in the map generator. I think there's still something happening here. Maybe I can just do a quick sanity check. Map equals null. So I shouldn't ever malloc or free anything. What do I malloc in here? Anything? Don't. So what about, no, game startup? Nothing. Game new. If it's in progress, we tear it down. We malloc the map. We set up a bunch of maps. Set it equal to the first. And we init the player space. If player is not equal to null, kill the player. set the player equal to null. We definitely kill the player. The player's not a memory leak. Map wallet is not equal to null. Then go through, kill each map, then free the map wallet. Yeah, that should be okay. I don't see any problems there. Maybe something in the player. Maybe there's some mallocs over here somewhere. Player viz, player vet malloc. I should free both of those. Yeah, those are the only two mallocs, so it's not the player. Oh, you know what though? But it could be. No, I only... I didn't notice something. I want to check something. Okay, that's a problem. So I do have to reinitialize the log. Which that's interesting. So I make a new map. I make a new game, and like the log has not changed. So that I'll have to add something in there. Just not a problem. I can do it. If game in progress, so then we need something called clear log. So we'll just set that up over here. And that should be pretty straightforward. And it's going to be very similar to this init log thing. So it's actually just going to sort of be init log. Oh, it's I'm not mallocing anything for the log. So you just reinitialize the log, right? There should be no problem there. It just goes through and it sets all the entries equal to 0 and then the number of messages equal to 0. So that's actually, we just reinitialize the log. Okay, so let's just see. Good. Okay. I noticed a problem. Back to game. Okay, got it. So when I do a new game, let me see the logic here. Load game. Go to the main menu. I have back to game as an option, so I go back to the game. No harm, no foul. But then I do new game. And now it's there. What? New game again. Alright, what was just going on? Then why did it say load game a second ago? I'm confused. Maybe I just ran it and didn't do anything. Okay, it's working as it's supposed to. Alright, it's fine. Don't worry about it, man. So back. So I don't know where the thing is, but if we do that, we do a new game. Whoops, new game. Generate maps. Clear the log. It's all good. Anything malloc in here? Probably not. No. Anything malloc in here? Nope. Map wallet. Load maps. Okay, so there's a problem. But it's not necessarily a problem. Go. That was just here. Oh, she left. She meowed at me and left. Yeah, that's not actually where the memory leak is happening. It's not happening in load map. this is a job for Valgrind, and it's such a small amount that it is really not something I should be sitting here worrying about right now. So let me make 1,000 maps just over and over again, and just see. It's funny, I can now generate 1,000 maps because I changed the conditions for map generation just a little. I'm getting this a lot more, compound rooms. It's gonna happen. Can I just quit and see that? So that's 14.6. And when we load it, 14.4. I might not malloc everything when I load, so that could be a part of it. Save when I load player. This is load maps. I malloc map wallet, and then I malloc each map, malloc the room X and room Y. And then I malloc the floor space and explored. Yeah, it looks like I get everything. Anything else? No, that's it. Yeah, so it's not loading not enough. It's not loading, not forgetting to load something. Let me just do a few of these. It seems like 14.4 is sort of a magic number here, but let me quit and save and see. $14.5, okay. There's a lot of randomosity involved, so there's really no telling. I'll do this a couple times and see how the memory is. And remember, I'm talking about megabytes here, so 14.5 to 15.5. So it leaks 1 megabyte of memory, potentially. Or it grew the maps that much bigger, and then 0.4. So something is leaking, but it's not as bad as it was. So it went up 1 megabyte, it went up 0.4 megabytes, then it went up 0.3 megabytes. I'm losing a little bit each time. And I don't think it's because the map's bigger. I think there is still something leaking. I just need to go through every function and make sure. Maybe there's just some extra mallocs in there that I missed. 16.2, it did not go up. I mean, maybe that other map took up 16.2 megabytes. There's no way to know. $16.4. All right, let's one last ditch effort to try to find it. Go to the very top and malloc, search for mallocs. All right, so init map space, I feel pretty good about. It's not going to be any of this big stuff. Might be this. No, I definitely free those, right? Yeah, I free the map. Free the map. I free floor space explored, room X, room Y, and then free the map. I think that's everything. Yeah. So that's fine. So it's not that. It's not any of these. They all have the corresponding freeze. Next one. Whoops. Connected. Okay, if changes equals 0, break. We break, we don't return. So we're paint bucket filling until we can't make any more changes. set changes equal to 0 at the beginning of each loop. Then we count how many changes, how many rooms we fill. And then if there's 0 changes, that's when we break the loop, and it loops infinitely otherwise. Then we see if they're connected. X plus equals X. Y equals 0, X equals 0. Don't return, we free connected. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe over here? Map wallet? It's in game new. And we should tear that down. That's the only malloc. So I don't think there's any memory leaking. I need to check Valgrind to make sure, but I'm feeling pretty good about this. So I'm gonna upload this, start closing stuff. I'm not done yet. I'm gonna keep streaming. How long have I been on? 2.5 hours. Good lord. I solved a majority of the memory leak here, so it's not memory leaking that bad. But it is, something is leaking somewhere. It only does this once. This it can do as many times as it wants. Actually, you don't need to do that there. Just if you're loading a game. So is there like a load? Let's go here. Where am I going? Game startup. You're loading a game, load save. Then you can do init log. There. Then it reinitializes. Game new. You could just yeah, if you're loading. Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. That just took it out up here. It doesn't really matter. Init menu. I mean, I don't know. You might as well init the log here. It doesn't really matter. You've already initted the log. You only have to do it when you're making a new game. Reinitialize the log, essentially. Okay. There we go. Back up top. Anything else? Main menu, game startup. I like also I have this print map space. I call it print map space. It should be like draw map space. But that was what I called it originally when I was using printf statements before I got it in cursive. So it is what it is. Yeah, and if there is a memory leak, it appears there is a small one. It is negligible. It's not like I could do this, 100 times, and it's only like a matter of less than 2 megabytes. It seems it's in that range. So that might just be the operating system. That's why you run Valgrind, you quit the game, and then you see like, is there any memory still in use? And the only reason I'm not doing that is I'm not sure if Valgrind even works on macOS. I might have to do it on my Raspberry Pi. So we'll see. But let's add this in the meantime. Let's go ahead and add it to GitHub. I don't like that message, so let's do what they're saying. Git config advice, add ignored file false. Like, I know that stuff is ignored. I'm ignoring it on purpose. So what did I do? I added main menu from game. Streamlined map generation, fixed memory leak, major memory leak. So not a lot of changes, but a few pretty major ones that were important. I can't believe I had a malloc without a free in a single function that used that variable. Like, that is very unlike me. But I think it still might be leaking memory. So I'll add this. It's very low priority because it's such a small memory leak. And I might just install Valgrind tonight and see if I can. If not, do it on my Raspberry Pi and just see what's up. See what's not been freed. If you quit the game and there's memory that hasn't been freed, it'll just tell you exactly what variables, and then you can just go where you made them, make sure they get freed. Text log, scroll history mode. So that would be a good mode to go in, I think. Could do that right now. That's not fun. That's not a fun thing. Like, NPCs are fun. This is sort of what I do. I get bogged down on the functionality stuff because the functionality stuff is more fun to me than it's more fun to me to do, like, the scrolling of the message log. Like, that's a more fun challenge. Oh yeah, and I need format incoming strings. Or actually find breaks for incoming strings for formatting. So that's actually kind of a fun challenge too. I did that for one of my other games. I can this. So this is a dungeon crawler. This is my very first dungeon crawler that I made. And I think I have, if I go over here, the town, I think there are people in this town and they will talk. So this function, it breaks up the text. Like, I just send it a long string and it tells it where to break. So this is a long string and it said break it in 3 lines and break it here and here. And this was however long, you know, and that last one was well formatted, but this one, like, there's a big gap here, but the word climb does not fit right here. So that is I need to look at that function. I'm a better programmer now than I was back then, though, so maybe don't look at that function. I'm curious how I did it, though, so I guess what I can do is I can look. Why not? So we'll do source, and it's probably in display. And it's probably a maybe it's in NPCs. Output dialog. So we get a game, we get whatever, we get a text, a constant character text. And the little thing where the rectangle, it gets bigger. Just redraw it. It's ridiculous. But let me see. Render sprite. I don't know how to do that. This is I just didn't have sprites for players or for NPCs yet, so I didn't have anything. Draw sentence, so that's going to be the function. So draw sentence. This will say how it is. There's enough room for 38 characters per line. 0 out breaks. I see. So it actually zeroes it out. How? Figure out where the breaks are. So hang on, what do we passed here? Int start, int y. That's just where it's being drawn on the screen. Then a sentence. Okay. So everything is in this function. Start x, start y. What does that mean? Oh, that's where they're starting now. Figure out where the breaks are. If count is greater, so we're starting at 0 and we're starting length of sentence, or we're stepping through the whole length of the sentence. while I is less than the length, increasing I, we're increasing count. If count is greater than 34, if sentence I is equal to space, then you just you add a break there. So we just have 100 breaks. That's funny. So you have an array that keeps track of where the line breaks are. If it's not a space, then you step back. Yeah, that's actually pretty smart. I was a pretty smart person back then. So what I could do instead is have a function. Yeah, so I'm gonna do this, what we're doing today. So we're gonna go in here, and right now when I add a message, the thing it does is it says, figure out the number of lines here. So I think I need to actually, what I need is, I need like an integer breaks kind of thing, like the way that does. We're not gonna have more than 20 breaks. Okay, and then what I need to do is mlen equals, and then I'm going to call it find breaks message. Okay. Mlen find breaks, and we need to pass it breaks also. That'll find the breaks. And it'll return the number of lines we need. I need to write this function. Now this will be a static int find breaks, and this will be character, and then it'll be int breaks. I could probably do it like that. What is that after? Or what is it before? It's before scroll log. Okay, cool. How do I do it? And then how do I incorporate it? That'll be the fun part. And then what if there aren't spaces? That's the problem. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a really super long word in there. Maybe I will. I'm not gonna copy and paste my old text though. So let's start by doing message length. That should be in lines. And message length. I'm changing the way that works. Okay. I do need the message length, and I do need the number of lines. So so the first thing is we're going to need a counter, and we're going to need, I need mlang. Okay, that's so I don't call string length multiple times. I was going to do that in here, but I don't need to do that. And I need current, so maybe just do j. All right, so we're going to start at the beginning, and we're going to say for I equals 0, and while I is less than m length, then I plus equals 1. We also need j equal to 0, and we need j plus equal to 1 here. Okay, so j is keeping track of the breaks, and I is keeping track of the location in the string. So the thing is, what is this? It is message length. So if I is greater than, no, if j is equal to message length, and then we have to do two things. So if message plus I is equal to space, then we need a count. We need a break count. Then break count equals I. J equals 0. And break count. Break count equals breaks equal, and then break count plus equals 1. So we start at 0, we go through, if we hit the message length and we hit a space, we're at the edge of the message length, check if it's a space. Then you skip it. This is if message length is equal to message length. Okay, I'm checking my old code. Sentence I, if count is greater than 34. Enough room for 35 characters per line. So count. So if it is great, maybe if it's equal to message length, I should write this in another source file, honestly, but this is okay. I can write it here. This doesn't have to be perfect. The problem is I have to like incorporate this into the last couple functions as well. So it's all right. Okay, else it's not a space. Okay. We're at the message length, the maximum. It's a space. Break here. Else, step back until the previous space. What we're gonna do is for j equals j, well, what it is, you don't have to do that. While j is greater than 0, j minus equals 1. If message plus j, wait a minute. Can I use j, or maybe I use I here? Yes, we'll use I. So while I is greater than 0, because we're stepping back in the actual string. If message I is equal to space, then we do something. And we break. Okay. Now this is complicated. I knew this was going to be a complicated function. So if we found the space, and then what we can do is j minus equals 1 as well. So then, no, we don't need j in here. Let's not mess with j. J equals 0, we're going to do at the very end. And then we're going to do breaks, break count equals I. J equals 0, break count plus equals 1. Okay. Should be okay. We're going to the end of the string. I guess, if you get to the end of the string and it didn't break, then your break count is going to equal 0, and that's what you're returning. So we're returning at the end of this big loop. Zoom out. So at the end of this big loop, we're returning break count. I don't need parentheses around that. Hi, this is live. I'm doing this live as we speak. How's it going, Aman? So just a sanity check here. I'm starting at 0 with both. Break count equals 0. And this should actually be an integer because actually let me do something like that, which is a little more. Oh no, it should be count. Yeah, just keep it break count. That's fine. Nope. Alan both counts. So we're starting at 0, 0, and 0. While it's less than the message length, so we're going through the whole string, increase I and j plus 1. Now, if your j is equal to the message length, you've hit your max, so you've hit 28. If it's a space, you're going to break there. And your break count equals I, so that's telling it the location. Then we're resetting j to equals to 0. So we can go back up to that message length. And then we're increasing the number of break count. So else, it's not equal to space. That means it's not equal to a space, it's equal to a character that you need to display. So we're going to step back. And we're going to say for actually I minus equals 1. That's the first thing we're going to do. I is greater than 0, so while it's greater than 0, if it reaches 0, then, you know, you're in trouble. So I guess I need some logic here that if there's no spaces, there's no breaks, that kind of thing. And I don't know how I'm going to do this, actually. This is so needlessly complicated. Like, am I going to have lines that are greater than 28? Like, if I have a line that's 700 characters without a space. Or if it's 39 characters without a space. Let's say it's 39 characters without a space, and then there's a space. Like, how is it gonna work? See, I'm going by my old code, and I wrote this. I mean, how long ago did I write this? This is December 30th, 2020. So I wrote this December 30th, 2020, New Year's Eve, apparently. I should not be going by that. I should be writing this code from scratch. I should not be going by my old logic. I should be doing that. And I could use string token here. Could use string token, and that would split. No, string token would be bad. But maybe I could put in string terminators in the appropriate places. So if it is longer, it just won't terminate properly. So that way I'm not keeping track of where the breaks are, I'm just putting in string terminators. think that's how I want to do it. All right, I know this is silly, but we're getting rid of this whole breaks thing. Okay, and I'm going to rewrite this from scratch. So we need int I. Let's say C position. We'll call that m position, and then this will be position counter, and then message. No, num in message in lines. There we go. So this is what you're returning in lines. So your final thing should be return in lines. So just to be parallel to the function here. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Okay. And now for impos equals 0, and then pos c equals 0, while impos is less than m length, so that's the string length, impos plus equals 1. And pos c plus equals 1. All right, position counter, position of cursor, however you want to say that, and then this is message position, where you are in the message. All right, now if that is equal to message length, if message plus impos equal to that, if equal to a space, then what we can do is we can change that, what it points to a string terminator. And then we say pos c equals 0, and then that should be, and then n lines plus equals 1. So we need to initialize number of lines. Okay. Else, then we're going to move the position back until we find a space. So for I minus equals 1, the problem is, like, if you hit 0 and you don't have a space yet, like, I don't think that'll ever happen. I should sanitize the input, just make sure I'm not passing that. But what if there's a monster, the random name went wild, and it's just, like, super long? And then we just return 0, I guess. I don't know. While I is greater than 0, I minus equals 1. And then if message plus, that should be impos. I'm in my old world in my head here. All right, we'll just assume for now there's no chance that there's going to be long input, and when it happens, then we'll fix it. That's terrible. Then what we do is message plus impos equals this. We're going to string terminator, and then we're going to do this equals 0, and then inlines plus equals 1. So I'm going through the message and I'm replacing. Oh, you know what? That's not actually going to work because I'm passing. Well, for crying out loud, man. Of course that's not going to work. All right, I'm not doing this one right now. This is just thinking about it's making me angry. So let's go back to the way we were here. I'm just going to do I have a window open here? I do. So let's just go and fix that. This is me being just annoyed by the way that I did this. Here we go. Here. I'm not using get to revert. Let's just make sure it compiles and works. Warning, find breaks, yeah. I'll do that later. So the reason that wouldn't work sticking string terminators in is because I'm actually passing it a string constant. And you can't change a string constant. So you can't modify it. It'll actually, I don't know what it'll do. I think it doesn't give you a seg fault. I think it won't compile. Well, maybe it will compile. Because it doesn't know what you're passing this function. Maybe it is a seg fault. Be almost interesting to see. Let's go ahead and load. Does it work? It does appear to work, yes. Let me make a new game, get 100 maps. I think I had 1,000, yeah. 100 maps, so much smaller in memory. It's only 3.5 megabytes, so much better. All right, that's fine. I'll figure that out later. It's not that it's hard. It's just that it's annoying and stupid. So the thought of doing that was fun. It's no longer fun. So I guess what I can do is main menu implementation in game. We got that. I can start working on NPCs. So NPCs, let's go ahead and make some NPCs files. So we got those. Let's go ahead and open the library here and put in, if not defined, NPCs, define NPCs in diff. Okay, and then let's open up PCs.c, and then we'll do something like this. Libs of TikTok, there we go. And then we have nothing. So I've been thinking about how I'm going to implement this, and I think for NPCs, for monsters, for merchants, I can have the same structure. So I think I can just call it struct NPC space. And so I've called maps map space and floor space and player space, so I'm calling it a space. It's just the pattern that I've stuck to today. So first of all, NPCs are going to have a lot of the things that the player has. And maybe if I were writing this in C++, I would make a really general structure called a character space, and then player space would be it would like inherit all that stuff and whatever. But I think it doesn't really matter. We don't need everything here. But let's go ahead and put some of this stuff in. So we do want X, Y, so that's where they are on the map. We want their current floor, so where are they on the map? And then we want current time. We don't need current time, but we do need name, and they don't need viz, but they might need stats as well. So I'm thinking they're going to have everything that the player has. So I might want to just put this stats struct somewhere else. Just to save space. So if I do it like this, and here I can do include player.h, and I can put it over there. And then here, do that. Whoops, struct stats, that. Okay, that's just going to save me from doubling this code up. Makes this cleaner. I think you could do that. I think considering I define it and name it, I think it should be okay to do this. We'll see what happens. Now NPCs have that same thing. Anything different that NPCs should have? Well, you know, inventory and stuff, we'll have to do that later, so that's okay. But I think this is good for now. So in npcs.c, I need a function to add NPCs. So I think what I need is a function. We're going to call it void, and it's going to be init NPCs, and we're going to have number of floors, and then we're going to have number of NPCs. So that's the number of NPCs per floor. So this should be, let's turn over here. I'm wondering about this. If I just keep this, this will evolve as I program it. So don't start worrying about it yet. Okay, so in here I do need map.h. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do, and I do need rand, is initialize. So I need a structure here, and it's going to be NPC space. And oh yeah, and one more thing NPCs need, they do need a personality. So are they hostile? Are they aggressive? Are they docile? Are they friendly? Are they neutral? Whatever. That's going to be their personality. Okay. And the thing is, this is going to be random. So let's say I have 100 floors and I want 5 NPCs per floor. I might not actually go through and just do 5 per floor. I might say, well, I need 500 NPCs. I'm going to just spread them out. So I'm going to call this NPCs, and that's going to be a pointer. And then I need int number of NPCs. Okay. So I guess I could make it, I also don't want it to be 500 exactly. And there might be things that add them later. There might be NPC generators, like monster generators. So I think if that's the case, I can allocate this stuff later, and it's fine. I guess what I want to do is first adjust the number randomly. So let's say I'm given 5 times that, and that would be 500. Then maybe I want to add or minus up to 10%. So what is 10% of 500? That would be 50. That's actually pretty big. Maybe 1%? Which would be 5, plus or minus 5. That's kind of small though. That's 10%, that's 1%. What about 5%? That would be 25. Yes. All right. So let's say int, let's say number of NPCs, we're going to change it, equals, we'll say plus equals, and then it'll be rand number, and then it'll be a number of NPCs, minus 0.05 times NPCs. Number of NPCs plus 0.05 number of NPCs. Okay, plus or minus. So this is no, and that should actually be this. It shouldn't be the way that I did it. What? It should be 0 minus and then 0 plus. Yeah, there we go. So we are going from 5% of number of NPCs, and this should actually be, we're going to multiply by the number of floors. Okay. This is NPCs per floor. So you're going to give 100 floors, and we want 5 NPCs per floor. So now we're actually going to do that math. And then we're going to take each of those numbers, multiply it by 0.05, so find 5% of it, and then do a random number between negative 5% and positive 5%. So we're adding or subtracting. Then we're going to allocate and allocate memory and set up PCs. So first, we're going to keep track of how many there are. This should actually be a capital letter. Doesn't look right, but it should be. And that'll be NPCs. And then we're going to say NPCs equals malloc, size of what it points to, times number of NPCs. Boom. So there's that. So we're mallocing it now. All right, let's just say that's it. That's all we're doing here. I also need a function kill NPCs, and that's just going to be a void function. And you're going to say, actually, this should be NPC space. Yeah. Just to be parallel with everything else. Okay. And if NPCs not equal to null, we're going to free NPCs. And that's it. Anything in there? No. Okay, so then we're going to set up the NPC. So we need to set up each one. So it's going to be int I. And then we're going to say set up stats for each. No, I need this. This is going to be, oh yeah, so I have that up there. Allocate memory and set up NPCs. So now we're going to do for I equals 0, I less than number of NPCs, I plus equal 1. And then we're going to say new NPC, I, number of floors. All right, and this will be a static function. Integer I, and then integer number of floors. That needs to be prototyped up the top. All right, and let's look at what's in here. Let's look at it underneath. Okay, so we've set it up a new one, and we're doing this for each one. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we need a map as well. We do need the map, number of floors. So maybe not number of floors, but what we can do is struct map space map. Force. Okay, and then map.h, you got it. NPC space. Number of floors should be map number of floors. I think that's the only difference I need to make here. Oh, here too. All right. Okay, so first of all, we're going to decide on the floor. So floor is going to be, so this is NPCs plus I. Wait a minute. Dereference has lower precedence than arrow, so I need to use it. I think I need to dereference it first. This is going to piss me off because I'm going to have it wrong. Okay, so floor, curve floor. Maybe we just change that to floor. Because they're not going to go up and down. That's why we have it set to curve floor. Yep. Fine. So then we're going to do random number between 0 and in floors minus 1. So set it into a random floor. We're setting up 500 NPCs. So, you know, that's just going to be what we do. Okay, then we want to set up random X and Y values. So, while X, oh fuck, this is ridiculous. All right, let's do it this way. Int X, Y, that's going to be easier. While X not equal to okay. Here, this pointer thing, it's messing me up, so I'm gonna just use some variables for now. It'll just be a little easier. So we need to pass the map here as well. So we're gonna pass it map, and it's gonna be map struct map space map. So ridiculous. Why do I overcomplicate everything? I don't know. Because I do. While X is not equal to, what we have to do is map plus cur floor, and then we need to dereference that. And then what are these things for the map? I need to actually see, because it's been a while since I've looked at them. So in map, we have begin and end, and we just simply don't want the monster to be on the begin. So we don't want the monster to be on the begin, so that's that. While X is not equal to that, or no. No, while it is equal to, and Y is equal to, we want them both equal. All right. So while X is not equal, while X is equal to the starting X and Y is equal to the starting Y, loop. And so what we're going to do is okay, and I need to do an or here. Okay, or, yeah, God. Or map plus cur floor floor space okay, yeah, this needs to be a map wallet. That's why I'm having trouble like wrapping my head around this. This needs to be a map wallet. So we're actually passing it a map wallet, which is a double pointer, because I don't have just one map. That's why I'm like, this isn't right. This isn't how I've been doing this whole time. And that's why, because it's not how I've been doing it this whole time. We're passing it all the maps to the map wallet. Yeah, so now I know for sure I'm doing it right. While that floor space plus xy2 flat x y map. All right, this will make it even easier then. So struct map map. Okay, so current floor. So we're doing that, and then we're going to do map equals map wallet plus per floor. Okay, now that'll make this a lot easier. So let's go ahead and try this again. So now, while x is equal to map begin 0 and y is equal to map begin 1, or right. So what I need to do here is let me actually put the code in so I can see it. Map x, y. How do I do that? Is that over here? Map begin and end. Okay. Okay, I don't do that for the player. Interesting. So I do need to do it for the NPCs though. So I just need to make sure. Wrong file. That was from my other game. I need to make sure that I am not. Hang on. Go back to map here. Place exits, wherever that is. I just want my random numbers. These are the random numbers I want. So I already have a good range that I've picked out, so we'll just do that. So x equals that, and y equals that. Okay, so we've generating random numbers in the range that I like, and then we are checking. First of all, are you on the beginning point? Are you on the ups or the downstairs? If not, you're good. We don't want to be on the downstairs. Essentially, so when the player comes up the stairs, you don't want a monster to be there, right on him. Like, he can be next to him, but he can't, like, telefrag him. But then we want to make sure that the curve floor, no, we want to make sure that the map floor space plus xy2 flat xy map width is equal to floor wall. So you're gonna, if it's equal to floor wall, you're gonna do it again. Or if your x and y values are at your beginning, you're gonna do it again. So this is just figuring out a starting point. So figure out a random starting point, a random floor and starting point. Got some extra spaces in there. Do I? From this, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like you could tab. And that's perfect. Lines up. All right, and now set starting values for NPC. Okay, so now we do NPCs plus I. And now we're going to set this stuff. Well, x equals x. Y equals y. Curve floor equals curve floor. And name. How do I do that? How do I do the name? I don't remember. A random name, we're just going to point to it. Like this. But instead of player name, it's going to be NPCs plus I name. That needs to be parenthesed up before the arrow operator. Because I already know why. I'm never going to forget that now. That's great. I've always wondered about that. And now I know why. The dereference operator has a lower precedence than the arrow operator. So I have to encapsulate this in parentheses and then use the arrow. I love that I know that now. So we're just going to give it a random name. Anything else? We can figure all that other stuff out later. And I'm not doing any malloking or anything. It's all just here. So there we go. And I should have this map wallet. You're passing the whole map wallet, the damn map wallet, to these functions. Ridiculous. Okay. All right. Now I need a way to keep track of where they are and to display them. So I need a function that's going to be a void, and it's going to be NPC location. NPC's location. And it's going to need a current floor. And it's going to repeat, it's going to go through all the NPCs, and it's going to return a value or something. What's the best way to do this? I think what it will also pass is a fuck, how am I going to do this? A pointer. I don't want to leak memory. I guess I could make a new struct for this. So I'm just thinking like how I'm going to pass this information back, and it's going to be NPC info, and it's going to have number of NPCs, and it's going to have int x and int y, so their locations as well. So I just want to make sure that I don't leak memory here. Again, as I have already seen the issues that I have with that. Because I'm going to actually be calling this function a lot. Every time the character moves, every time the map has to update, it's going to get all the locations. And I think I don't know, we'll draw symbols for them later. I'm not going to worry about that now. But let's do... then I need a struct NPC info. I'm going to call it NPCs. That's going to be a public function. Term. Okay, so now we have that. And now I'm going to do I, and I'm going to say for I equals 0, I less than n NPCs, I plus equals 1. Okay, we need a count. Okay, if NPCs plus I curve floor is equal to curve floor. First thing is we're going to increase the count. And then we're going to... Can you use realloc when it's not been allocated? I actually don't know. I don't use realloc very often. If pointer is null, realloc is identical to a call to malloc. So that's great. So yes, you can do it. You can use realloc. And let's just see what you do. Give it a pointer and you give it a size. So it's just like malloc. So we're going to be doing realloc instead. And so what we need is We need that to be a pointer, actually. Pointers, pointers. Okay, so then NPCs is going to equal realloc size of what it points to times count. All right, and then, wait a minute, no. NPCs, it's not going to be that. It's going to be NPCs X S. Size of this. Arrow has a higher precedence than dereference, so we don't need to put, that's interesting, don't need to put parentheses here. But I do need parentheses here. All right, and Y also. So in the first one we hit, right now those are nothing, they're null. And so maybe I need to do, no, that should be fine. Yeah, right now those are null. What happens if they are, yeah, if they're null, it's equivalent to a malloc call. That's good. And then NPCs X plus count minus 1 equals NPCs plus I dereference X. Then we're going to do Y. Okay. There we go. And then when it gets through, you're going to say NPCs in NPCs equals count. All right, I think that's going to work. So this is returning a list of locations for all the NPCs. Okay. Now, when we make a new game, we're going to have to kill the NPCs in game teardown. So we need to do kill NPCs in game teardown. Which, what is it? It's kill NPC space. And that should have, if NPC is not equal to null, then free it. And if it is equal to null, then you don't do anything. Okay, and then in new game, yeah, you also need to do that up here. You don't have to, for Valgrind's sake. Kill it when the game is quitting. You don't have to do anything. You could just kill. You could exit one if you want. But I like to free everything I can. That way, if I do put it through Valgrind, I'll see what's still in memory and go from there. Okay, but in a new game, we need to initialize the NPCs. So NPCs, it's going to be init NPC space. And then I'm going to do number of floors, right? Oh no, the map wallet. What else do I need? Map wallet, and then the number of NPCs per floor, and we'll say 5. That's the first thing we're doing. When you make a new map, we're just initializing the NPCs. I don't have saving of NPCs yet. That's going to be another bullshit. But we'll get to it when we get to it. Okay, so then every step, what I essentially need to do is I need to do so what is this called? This is called NPC's location, and I need to struct NPC's info. So we're passing it Yeah, we're passing it an NPC's info. So we need one of these. And I need to just malloc that. Make room, allocate memory. So this I think I'll have to do a different way, but for now, so I'm going to do it. NPC info. We're going to do NPCs equal malloc, what it points to. That's it. And then at the very end, oh, we actually don't. Yeah, I'll have to change how we do that. So I'm not freeing it for now. I'm not freeing it. Actually, maybe what I could do is just do it like this. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I don't have to worry about mallocing it or anything like that. So I just have NPCs. So in here then, when I need NPC info, I need to pass it the floor and I need to pass it the structure here. So the floor, floor and structure, that's going to be NPC, and I might just call that cur NPCs. Okay, and then the floor is going to be map cur floor. Okay, and then we're going to do draw info, and that's going to just take draw NPCs. That's just going to take cur NPCs, and I don't even think I need an address for that. I can pass it as a reference. I'm not going to change anything. But now over here, I need a draw NPCs function. Now it should be public. Draw NPCs. And it's going to take struct NPC info NPCs. Which means I need to include npcs.h here and make sure I'm calling it the right thing. And I'm going to put this above the log stuff. The log can be its own thing at the end. So draw progress. Actually, it should be above the progress bar. What's this one? Draw menu. It should be above that. Format time. Draw player info. So it'll be here. So before draw menu. Is it npc underscore info? It is. Okay, so now we need display.h. God, I'm all over the place here, aren't I? It's going to go here. It's going to be xturn. Okay, so that's just passing this thing over to here. And so then what we're going to do is we're going to need an int I, and then we're going to say for I equals 0, I less than npcs dot, because this is not a pointer, in npcs, I plus equals 1. And then what we're going to do is we need to draw. So where's draw player? Do this. All right, and I'm gonna do, what's a good menacing symbol for an NPC? I guess let's just do that. $, evil money. Okay, and then Y is actually going to be NPCs dot Y plus I and dereference. And then X is going to be plus dot X dereference. All right. So it's just going through, it's just going to draw a $sign where they are. Okay, now I need to compile this and see what I've missed. I'm going to surely have a lot of errors here. But let's see what happens. Okay, get a lot of errors. Declaration of NPC info. Okay, so we need this. Oh yeah, we need here npcs.h. I think I have it over here. I do, and I think I need it over here as well. Okay. Let's we've still got quite a bit of errors happening. Call to undeclared function npc info in main. Okay. NPC. Okay, that should be npc info. Makes more sense to me. NPC's info. All right. Init NPC space is undeclared. Init NPC space. Init NPC space. There we go. Changed it in here, but not over there. Very good. Expected thingy after thingy. So that is an NPCs.c on line 70. Missing a thingy. I don't see a thingy missing. All right, let's try time here. Okay. Lots of errors, lots of errors. Expected thing after top level declarator, static void, line 70. Oh. It's that one. It's line 8. I don't, what's the 70? I never, maybe that's character 70, line 8, character 70, line 16, yeah. Map undeclared, so NPCs line 16. Map is undeclared, okay. Okay, so we actually do need an int in floors here. And that's going to be times equal in floors. All right, good. It's in floors, int NPCs. So int in floors. And then init NPC space. We need in here in floors. Right? In maps. Makes sense. Okay. Call to undeclared function malloc, of course. Yes, we need a standard library in here. All right, let's do this again. See, cleared a few errors. Still got a pretty big error log here. Invalid application of size of to an incomplete type struct NPC space. Of course. So in NPCs, I need to actually define npcs.h. Use of undeclared identifier map. That's on line 23. Okay, so that should be map wallet. Yes. And then in floors, okay, that should be just in floors. Which I'm not changing, right? Okay. Unused parameter map wallet. We got that one just now. Comparison between pointer and integer. Okay. That needs to be dereferenced. So line 48. Map floor space. Yes. That needs to be dereferenced. Great. Arithmetic on a pointer to an incomplete type. Okay, so some of these are gonna now be better because they're not incomplete types anymore. Okay, a lot less errors here, a lot fewer. Member reference type struct NPC space is not a pointer. Member reference type is not a pointer. Did you mean to use dot? Okay. So that should be a, no, it is though. Member reference type struct NPC space is not a pointer. What does that mean? expression is not assignable. All right, make this easy on myself. Why doesn't that work? We're adding I and we're dereferencing it. I mean, the way that's written is like I should do it like this, but I don't think I should do it like this. Like, that doesn't look right to me. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to do struct npc space npc. And the very first thing is npc equals npcs plus I. And now I can do this. That is a pointer. All right. See how it looks. Okay, assigning to struct npc space star from incompatible type struct npc space. So we don't dereference it. Don't dereference it? Guess that makes sense. So instead of this, I don't dereference it. Fair enough. All right, call to undeclared function rando name. Where is rando name? Huh. Oh, yes. Well, that's in player. So that is funny. I need to make that public. Let's find it. Okay, cool. So that is under what? Move player. That's funny. I never would have thought. Well, fair enough. It is what it is. There we go. What time is it? It is 8:47. Okay. Clearing out these errors one by one. Did you mean random? No. Error member reference type. Okay, so now this is on line 63. 63. So same thing. Don't dereference this. Per floor. That's where the dereference is. Okay. And then we don't do this either. That's so strange to me, but I guess it makes sense. I'm not dereferencing the pointer. It's a pointer. I don't deal with like map wallets. I don't deal with like pointers to pointers and multiple things, but this is a single pointer, and so we're pointing to, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense the way that I have it here. All right. Too few arguments to function call, realloc. Oh, right. Well, how does realloc work then? It's a little different, isn't it? Malloc is just a size, and realloc is a pointer. So, interesting. NPCs. What is that? That's NPCs info? Realloc NPCs. So what does it return? Works like this. So I don't actually know if I'm allowed to do that in here. This is a pointer, and then this is a pointer inside. That's what we're reallocating. So that should be okay. I'm not sure if it is, though. But let's see. Okay, it compiles. Ignoring return value of a function declared with warn unused result attribute. So what is... Oh, let's go back here. Man3 realloc. It's a void star. What does it return? It's a void star. What does realloc return then? If there is not enough room, realloc creates a new allocation, copies as much as the old data, the old blah blah blah. Pointer is null, identical to a call to malloc for size bytes. Size is 0 and pointer is not null. I don't know. You know, I'm not really comfortable with the way I did this here. So what I'm going to do is this. We're going to count them first. And this can just be, yeah, it's fine. Do it like that. Okay, and then get copy information over. So NPCs. Okay. God, all right, this is fine. This is just going to complicate things a little bit. When I set this up, I need to do something with it. So I have NPCs, current NPCs. And in here, I just need to say current NPCs, x equals null, and y equals null. Okay. All right, so then if not equal to null, then we're going to free it. We can do this at the beginning. No, we'll do it here. Free old information. Okay, and then allocate memory and copy info over. NPCs x equals malloc, size of, what it points to, times count. And y, and then we're just going to, I know this is silly, but this is just what we're going to do. Same thing, we're just going to go through them. This time, if NPC's current floor is equal to current floor, we're going to increase it, and then we're going to say NPC's y, or x plus I, and then dereference that, equals NPC's plus I, x. Okay. So this is just silliness to make sure that I'm freeing and mallocing and all that good stuff. I should just say if there's like 100, let's say there's 1,000 max NPCs. Just start a structure that has 1,000. Don't do malloc. Don't do all this crap, because I have to say in here, if it's not equal to null, then we free it, and then we malloc it. Okay, but maybe this will work. So let's just see. I got a couple errors, and that's okay. So current NPCs x equals null. Yes, that is a problem, isn't it? Because this is not a pointer. And now let's try it again. See what happens. Get a save fault. Make a new game. Wow, look at that. We got an NPC. that also mean there's a room up there? There should be. There's no guarantee that there is, but he should not be going on walls. No, there's no way. There's no way to get up there. Okay, so something messed up. That's okay. Let's go to the next floor. I see. All right, well, something's messed up with the display function. So let's look at the display function again. Draw NPCs. You give it a struct NPCs for I is equal to 0. I is less than NPCs. Dot NPCs. I plus equals 1. Okay, so that is this. I don't know. It seems to be drawing it at 0, 0, which means maybe there's nothing in there. Move add character. So what happens if I load a game? It's not drawing it. I do a new one. It's drawing it at 0, 0 again. Aha, so I also need to do cur NPCs dot number of NPCs equals 0. All right, so that should at least get rid of the drawing. No, it didn't get rid of it. Damn. Damn. All right, let me here. I know. We're going to do this, this, x plus I reference, NPCs y plus I reference, and yes, let it loop. It's going to be ridiculous, but it shouldn't continuously loop over and over again. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at 0, 0. All right, cool. So we're on to something. Something over here did not copy that information correctly. So NPCs, it is a pointer. We are passing a pointer to that. NPCs plus I. Okay, so I just have to see here. Oh, that's the problem. No, it is coming in as int I. Coming in as int I. It's NPC number I. And as I do that, I'm calling NPC number I in floors. I in floors. Map wallet I in floors. Yeah. All right. $89, $85.9. So it definitely did. And I just ruined. I just exited out. I exited out of incurses without ending the window. So that's messed up my window. It's okay. So no, that's fine. I guess gotta be this. This is passing the NPC info over. So let's go ahead and recompile here and just see if we get a different number on each floor. Oh god. That's really messing up. Alright, that's not gonna work. Okay, what I can do is I can move print W. How do you do that? Is it MV print W Y? So let's just say 32 plus I X 2 and then no, that should be fine. And then move print W. So I'm going to actually use curses functions here. Take out that. Put in some spaces. And that should be 32, 2. All right. So now I can just see the. Oh. All right. Maybe there are no NPCs. Oh, now they're showing up. So let's make that 32. 31. 30. What is this? Let me see what that is. $32, 31, 30, 29, 28. So we'll try 28. All right. Silliness, absolute silliness. It says 0, 0. Make that 29. Zero, 0. It's not printing it out. Why not? It's not like it's not seeing it. 29, 2, and then you're doing that, and you're saying NPCs dot number of NPCs. Definitely be an integer. Right, let's try 29, 20, 30, 31. Let's try 31. Let's do it after. Okay, now it's got it. I think it's printing out an empty line here or something. And so it was disappearing in the thing. But there's 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so that's good. So that's telling me my NPCs, it doesn't have the info that it should have. Okay, so let's look in here. Cur NPCs equals 0 equals null equals null. And then what we do is we say NPCs info, we give them the current floor, and then we point a pointer to the current NPCs. Okay, so current floor, and then we point a pointer to the current NPCs. NPC info struct. So first we count it. We count them up, and we say how many are on that floor. We set that equal to count. This is a pointer, we can do that. Then we free the old information if necessary. So if NPC X is not equal to null, free it up. And then we allocate memory. So size of NPCs X times count. What it points to times count. That's good. I like that. And then we're going again. Aha, here's the problem. So plus count, it should be plus count minus 1. All right, that should work now. Make a new one. All right, so now it's printing them, and there's 11 NPCs on this floor. Good lord. All right, that's fine. I don't know that they are in the right place. Take this out, and let's take this out. And it's obviously drawing them even though I can't explore. But why don't I explore and see that they are indeed in places they can be. Yeah, they can be there. All right, good. So far, so good. I can walk on top of them. It doesn't matter. Nothing happens. So all the NPCs here are, none of them are in walls. So that's just the verification here. I think they can be in paths. I might want to change it so they're not in paths. And obviously they should not be drawn if they're not visible. It should actually be visible. So I need to pass the visibility structure to do that draw function as well. They should only be drawn if they're visible. No, I can't get up to that one from down here. I will also need a thing where they don't draw in look mode, they disappear, which is where you really want them to be drawn, you know? Okay, again, all of them are in visible, they all are in places they can be. That's good. What we want. I think there's going to be a room down here. Yeah. There's going to be a room over here. This one will have the staircase. Okay. So in this one, it looks like all of them were in paths. The path, that might be a path. I think that's going to be a path for sure. Path and then path. So I think I might want to change that so that they can only show up in rooms. Or maybe I have different types, like they're a path dweller or they're a room dweller. You know, like some should be prowling the paths. And some should be just confined to rooms. I think I had a way I was going to call them. I was thinking about this. What was I going to call them? I wasn't going to call them like homebodies, but they would kind of be like homebodies if they're stuck if they're stuck in a room and they don't want to leave that room. Go, yeah, all of those again, visible. They're all in places where they can be. So I think that's working. Surprisingly, it's working as it's supposed to, for the most part. All right, let's add the visibility thing. So only if they're visibility. So this should be int. Actually, struct. How do I do this in other ones? Struct player space player. It should do this in draw map, maybe. Print map space. Here we go. All right. We'll make this easier for me. And what we'll do is x equals NPCs, x plus I. Just paste that there. Y equals this. And then if player viz plus xy2 flat ij, that should be xy, map width. Is it ij? Is it rows before columns, or is it? I think it's xy, yeah. Is not equal to 0, then we can draw it. and now main draw NPCs, and we're gonna pass it to player. And that pass, oh, player is a pointer, right? Yeah, player's already a pointer. Right, cool. So now they should not, undeclared map, of course. Of course. It's over here. Map width. And we don't have a map, so we need a map too. So struct map space map. Fine. And then what I could do over here, gets a struct map. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong neighborhood here. We need to copy this over here. Draw NPCs. It's gonna get a map space now. And so map. All right, error, expected thing. Okay, yep, that's, where is that? Display.h. All right. So now they are not visible. So let's just see where they are. Go find them. I have to look carefully in these tunnels. There's one. I don't know how many there are. That's kind of cool. So he appears with the room. You can't see him when you can't see him. So that's a cool effect. As soon as you step into the room, you can see him. When you step away, you can't see him anymore. So that's great. That's working as it's supposed to. And in theory, he could be moving around, walking in there. There's another one. Step out of that room, we can't see him anymore. We found two. I may have found more. If I walk over top of them in a tunnel, there's another one, 3. You're not going to see them because you only see a couple squares at a time in those tunnels, so it's 2 more hanging out in that room. Okay. And I'm probably going to call it soon, if anyone's actually watching me. I don't think anybody's watching me right now, but that's okay. This was more for me. It's easier just to talk out my problems when I'm coding. One of the reasons I like coding on stream is I can really talk out my problems and figure out why something is plaguing me. Occasionally a viewer will be here and they will point out a mistake in my code. I always enjoyed that about the old Twitch coding days. Yeah, there's another one. There's a lot of NPCs on this floor. I should really do some tests. I think I will end up getting a lot of floors that have 0 NPCs the way that I have it set up right now. And you don't really want that. So I'll have to play around with the number, and I might go floor by floor. I might say, you know, generate 5 on average to every floor, maybe -1 or +1, you know, like generate 6 to 5 NPCs. There's one in the hallway. I found him. Disappears as soon as you step away from him. Also, I do need to save these guys, so that's going to be a pain in the hole. I got to add it to the save file. So that's what do I have to do? So save NPC's location. We've started on that. So save NPC info. It's actually going to be pretty easy. It's just a matter of inflating save file. That's the easy part, writing it out to a file. Then loading it in is a little harder. Save NPC info and location. Okay. personality, behavior, level, behavior, stats, and look cursor. Yeah, I gotta do that. There was something else I needed to do. There, I'm standing next to him. What was it? I'm having trouble thinking now. It's just 10 minutes ago. Just thinking about it and talking about it. After 9, that's what happens. So I have NPCs standing around doing nothing right now. That's fine. And pretty impressive. This program is only taking up 3.5 megabytes of memory. Pretty impressive. Generates maps much faster now, and the maps seem okay. They don't seem like... So I changed the stats on how to make the maps. They don't seem any worse. Oh, yes, I know. So I do want placement behavior. Room versus tunnel. So are they homebodies? They have to be in a room, and they stay in that room. Like, they won't chase you out. Are they tunnel dwellers, that they only walk in tunnels, or that they try to restrict themselves in tunnels? That kind of... That's the... I think I need that kind of stuff. I need... Excuse me. I need look cursor, obviously, and then player interaction. Don't walk on top. And then, of course, the problem there is if there's an NPC here and it's the only way to get over to the staircase, and I can't walk on top of it, you know. Game over, man. Game over, man. I'm on floor 1. I saw a bunch. I saw like maybe 8 on that floor. There's 1. I love this, how big this room is. And like, I'm standing here, so obviously I can't actually see. I don't have line of sight. But this is 4 rooms in 1. I did notice that the connection... This is happening a lot more. You have a lot more compound rooms than before. So maybe I want to change those stats a little bit. Save NPC. That's probably the first thing, I think. Can I just let me just see if I go to map.c, change these stats around, these numbers around a little bit. So 4.2, what is 4.2 times 7 is 28. 4.2 times 9 is 36. 37, actually. Maybe that should be a little higher. 4.3. Okay, not going to make a big difference. And then min dist, yes, that's what we're doing. That's what that was. And then number of rooms times 60. So what are my rooms? My rooms are 8 by 4. Well, 8 by 4 to 12 by 5. So what is the average size here? What is 8 times 4? Let's do it this way. Plus 12 times 5. And then divided by 2. So 46. The average is 46. But then tunnels. You have tunnels connecting. So let's say there are 10 tunnels per room. Maybe 20 tunnels per room. So yeah, that's about in that territory. So I can maybe bump this up to 70. See if that makes a difference. Okay, it still generates pretty quick. It's definitely slower. We do 80. Much slower. The maps are going to be much better, though. This is the area, though. I mean, that just means there's going to be more tunnels. That doesn't mean they're better. There was a definite change in generation speed there, so I'm gonna put it back to the other one. Maybe I can just press again. All right. Ooh, and now you're slow. I forgot to recompile. I'm at that point in my life. Right now, whoops, now make a new one, and it is much quicker. So it's kind of finding a delicate balance. I don't want too many rooms that are compound rooms, you know, and I don't want, but I don't want to just take too long to generate the map. So it's still pretty quick. So far, so good on the compound rooms. Nobody's compounding here. It was a little slower though. And are the maps still good? Are they still delicious? Really, it doesn't matter. The map doesn't have to look good. Really, you just want the rooms to be spread out. You want there to be a good amount of tunnels, and you want enemies to be evenly distributed, as you know, and that you want the enemies to be moving around on their own, having their own lives. Whether it's like perfectly balanced and, you know, all that, it doesn't really matter. What matters is the game fun. What makes it fun? What makes a game like this fun? Like the map generation. I was thinking about this, watching videos about map generation algorithms. It really doesn't matter. Oh my, sirens. It really doesn't matter if the map algorithm is perfect, you know, if it makes good looking dungeons or not. Like, exploring the dungeon needs to be fun. That's the most important part about this. Is exploring it fun? And I can say it is. It is definitely fun. I enjoy just walking around doing nothing in these, you know, these dungeons. There's that full floor, and I saw some evenly distributed NPCs. I might want to put on here like an NPC count or something. So just down here. And then let me add that to the look cursor also. So this is go to main. In the look cursor, we need this draw NPCs and NPC info. Draw look. What is that? What you're looking at? So in here, I need a NPC info. So I'll just do everything I do up there. Hang on, we'll just go down in here first. Do that. Draw initial screen. Okay. Populate. Get NPC info. Ready. Right, and then everything should work from there on. It might be a little slow. Yeah, and right now the NPCs are not getting saved, so I'll have to generate a new map every time. Okay, so now I'm in look mode, and it is showing up. He does not see. He does not see what he's looking at though, so I'll need to pass that to the thing. So actually, what I can do that. I think also in NPC info, I need NPC number, so we'll call him int NPC. Let's call it I. So and then in here I need I equal to null. Actually, you really don't. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that either. I'm using X to communicate here. Is equals 0. Do I even need that? I don't know. So in here, however, so this is I. So in here, however, when I set up the NPC info, what I need to do is free NPCs I. And then we need to do that. And that should actually come first. Because why do I need that? Well, I need to keep track of which NPC it is. So when I'm looking at it, it will tell me what it is. And it's almost 9:30, so I'm going to call it here. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It's been fun. Making progress, getting there. I have NPCs, now I just need to add some functionality to them, and I think I'll just add like a random, like a drunken walk. That'll be the next thing. Like, look, I want the look cursor to work. So that's the thing I'm working on now. And then let's just do drunken movement, what do you call that? Drunken walk, temporary. And then player interaction, don't walk on top. And saving is important as well. So that maybe that can be before drunken walk. And then all the other stuff. It's all fun. So that's where we're at. We're getting there. It's coming along. Map generator might be leaking. I fixed most of the memory leaks, so it's all good for now. And before I go, I'm just going to make sure this compiles, and if it does, and it runs all right, I'm going to go ahead and add it, get commit started on NPC stuff. Yeah, it does. Cool. So there we go. Let's get add all added, started on NPCs. And we got 8 files changed, 167 insertions, 18 deletions, and created a bunch of files. So this is all unreadable. Thanks, N curses. Anyway, see you later. Bye.